I do solemnly,
sincerely and truly
declare and affirm
that the evidence I shall give
shall be the truth,
the whole truth,
and nothing but the truth.
Please could you state your full name?
Neil William McCausland.
Mr. McCausland, thank you very much for firstly providing a detailed written statement and secondly for attending the inquiry to give oral evidence today. I want to turn to that witness statement. Do you have it in front of you?
I do.
For the record, that is WITN 10290-100. Can I ask you please to turn to page 76 of that statement? Do you see paragraph 203 and then beneath that a statement of truth?
Yes.
And then on the other side there's a signature. Is it your signature?
Yes.
And are the facts stated in that statement true to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. McCausland. That stands as your evidence in the inquiry. It will be published shortly on the inquiry's website. I'm going to ask you some questions about parts of it. I'll start very briefly with your background. Following various roles with Marks & Spencer, you became Managing Director of C&A in 1999.
Yes.
You then became CEO of a government-owned business called Navy, Army and Air Force Institute between 2001 and 2002.
Yes.
Was that your last executive role?
Yes, it was.
Could I just ask you to move slightly closer to the microphones, please, just so they pick you up? Thank you. You've then held a number of non-executive chair roles between 2000 and when you joined Post Office in September 2011.
That's correct.
And I pointed to September 2011. At that point, you joined Post Office Limited as Senior Independent Director.
Correct.
Did you know Alice Perkins before you were recruited to Post Office Limited?
No, I had no knowledge of her at all.
What was the time commitment for the role of Senior Independent Director at Post Office?
I cannot quite remember. I have thought about that, and it isn't on my terms of reference. I think that it was 3 or maybe 3 to 4 days a month. I think it was 3 days a month, but it might have been 3 to 4 days a month. But I haven't got a piece of paper that confirms it.
Whilst you were a Senior Independent Director at Post Office, did any other representative from Post Office ask you questions about how much time you were spending on Post Office matters?
Would you mind repeating that?
Yes, of course. Whilst you were a Senior Independent Director at Post Office, did anyone else within the Post Office discuss the amount of hours or days you were spending at Post Office Limited?
Yes, it was a fairly frequent topic of conversation for me and all of the Neds, including Alice, in that all of us were spending maybe double the amount of time that we, in theory, should have been. Post Office was a very time-intensive job. So I and all of the other Neds were spending more time, and we did talk about that.
So in practice, you rightly say your terms of reference don't refer to a time commitment. I think you said, was it 3 to 4 days a month, was your expectation?
It was either 3 days a month or 3 to 4 days a month.
And does that mean in practice you were working between 6 and 8 days a month on Post Office matters during your time as Senior Independent Director?
That is about right. I would say 2 days a week.
We don't need to turn this up on the screen, but you give a description of your role as Senior Independent Director at page 3, paragraph 7 of your statement. And I want to just raise some of them with you. The first is that you say you were to assist with the development of Post Office Limited strategy.
Yes.
And that effectively means analysing and considering the future direction of the Post Office.
Absolutely. Post Office. Do you want me to expand?
No, well if you don't need to, but if you've got something to add, then please do.
Well, the post office that I went into was a very badly run, very messy business. For the 10 years previous, it had had a very sharp decline in profitability. It was losing, the year before I joined, it lost 120 million in a year, and that had been getting steadily worse. The network had been shrinking, the infrastructure was old and creaky, and it was separating out from Royal Mail Group. So it didn't have its own infrastructure, and it was about to get its own infrastructure. It needed to have its own infrastructure to stand alone, and therefore it needed to have a strategy to basically get it back to profitability and make it a sustainable business, because it was not sustainable to keep going as it was. So absolutely, developing strategy was an important part of the job.
When you say, I think it was creaky infrastructure, what infrastructure are you referring to?
Basically everything. The IT infrastructure we knew was old and underinvested and creaky. The physical post offices were underinvested. They were dark, barred, fairly dingy places.
Sorry to cut across you. When you said the IT infrastructure, are you including the Horizon system within that?
Absolutely. The Horizon system we knew was near end of life. I think it was 15 years old by that stage. Most IT systems don't last more than 10 years. So we knew that we had a clunky, underinvested IT infrastructure, which was why an awful lot of work went on during my tenure to develop a new IT strategy, which would end up replacing Horizon and Fujitsu.
You joined the Post Office in September 2011, yes?
Yes.
So a year after Post Office had Post Office and Fujitsu had rolled out the Horizon Online system.
So a year after Horizon Online had been rolled out?
Yes. So in those circumstances, why did you think that system was creaky?
Because Horizon Online wasn't a whole rewrite of Horizon. Horizon was still Horizon. It was basically a modified version of Horizon. But it's more like having an iPhone 15, iPhone 16 release. It's not necessarily a whole new system. So Horizon was still a clunky, not a particularly intuitive, not particularly easy to use system.
So when you're using the word creaky, are you using that in a user interface way rather than a technical way of the integrity of the system itself?
Absolutely, yes. It wasn't easy to use. It wasn't intuitive.
One other aspect of strategy presumably would have been to assist in developing the Post Office's strategy in respect of how it responded to complaints against the Horizon IT system. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
Back to paragraph 7, as I say, we don't need to bring it up. Another point you make is that you needed to monitor performance and hold the executive to account.
Yes.
So when doing that, does that mean probing and challenging the executive on the work that they carry out?
Yes.
And you also say ensuring the risk management system is robust.
Yes.
And does that mean, in effect, ensuring that or overseeing the executive in their identification, analysis and mitigation of risk?
Yes.
And that would include risks arising from the integrity of the Horizon IT system?
Yes.
I'm going to look at that aspect in some detail this morning, but before I do, could we have your witness statement on the screen, please, at page 4, paragraph 9. The paragraph 9, you set out some of your non-executive roles. Can I just first clarify, does this list capture all of the non-executive roles you held whilst at the Post Office?
I am not 100% sure that it does. That's saying the companies I've worked for since leaving POL.
Yes, if we look at skin clinics, for example, Jules, Create Fertility,
Yeah.
those at least have some overlap with your time at as Senior Independent Director. Let me ask it another way. During your time as Senior Independent Director, did you work at any other companies as a non-executive other than those listed here?
I cannot remember the date, so I certainly have worked with companies which are not listed there before. I cannot remember the dates of leaving some of those companies as to whether they overlapped September 11 or didn't.
Well, let's just look at the ones we have here. Skin Clinics, Jules and Create Fertility. Can you summarise the time commitment that you had to give for each of those companies as a non-executive director?
Jules was 3 days a month. Create Fertility at that stage was very small. It was literally one clinic. So it was probably 2 days a month. And Skin Clinics was also 3 days a month.
So did you feel that you were able to dedicate sufficient time to the Post Office as Senior Independent Director?
No, absolutely. I mean, as I said earlier, I gave at least double, maybe more, the amount of time that in theory I was meant to, but I never felt constrained for time for Post Office.
I'll move to my first topic I want to look at, and that's some of the assurances in respect of IT that you refer to in your witness statement. Please could we go to page 8 of the statement at paragraph 17. You say that I recall being assured by Ernst & Young's audit partner, Angus Grant, the CFO, Chris Day, the COO, Mike Young, and the Chief Information Officer, Leslie Sewell, that the integrity of the accounting systems was sound, albeit slow and clunky. Given that I'm not an expert in either IT or accountancy, I deferred to their expertise on these issues. When you say the integrity of the accounting systems, presumably there you're including the Horizon IT system within it.
Yes.
And when you say albeit slow and clunky, is that the same as we discussed before, more of a user interface matter rather than a data integrity issue?
Yes. I was not of the understanding then that data integrity was at issue.
Can you recall the first time that, I want to start internally with the executive, that the CFO, Chris Day, Mike Young, or Leslie Sewell discussed with you the Horizon IT system?
I think if I go to the very first time that it was discussed, it was probably actually Susan Crichton who was doing the discussing. And that took place at a board before independence, so before I had even met Angus. And at that board, Les Owen, if I remember rightly, who was still a director of the Post Office Board at that stage, had asked Susan Crichton about the Access Legal Shoesmith's letters, and had asked about the strength of the legal claims. And Susan, at that stage, reassured Les that their legal claims were weak, and that there had been an audit done, which had been very positive, and that had been reviewed by an external party, Deloitte, and also that that in all previous prosecutions where Horizon data had been used, we had been successful. So at the time, that was probably my first induction into the integrity of Horizon data. And yeah, I was listening to an experienced RMG director talking to our general counsel, and there was a very clear, very robust answer from Susan Crichton that the system was sound. So that was probably the first time that Horizon issues really came into my mind. But after that exchange, I had the impression that they were strong.
Please go on.
Yeah, as we then became independent and had our first audit committee meeting with Angus Young from EY, Ernst & Young, and also there was a RMG internal audit report that we looked at. Then those documents made it clear that they weren't questioning the data integrity at all, and they weren't even questioning the controls, but they were questioning the documentation of controls. They were basically saying that the documentation of the controls was not as strong as it needed to be. There was a discussion with EY that it had taken them longer to actually do the audit, and that they had not been able to rely on the documentation which existed, and therefore they had to create some of that documentation themselves, which had led to an overrun in time and cost. So data integrity wasn't an issue in my mind. The controls had a small issue, but the documentation of controls had a large issue.
Could we please just bring up page 68, paragraph 181 of your statement? Just go down the page, please. You see, it says the board were consistently provided reassurance by a multitude of individuals, many of whom had either specialist IT or accountancy expertise, that Horizon was robust and fit for purpose. Examples of this include, and then if we turn the page, so I think you're effectively, in your evidence, just summarised those bits. The first bullet point is the board meeting on the 12th of January. The second is what you say are RMG / Post Office's internal audit with the results reviewed by Deloitte. And then we have 3, the ISAE IT annual audit jointly commissioned by Post Office and Fujitsu. And then 4, the Ernst & Young, the auditors for Post Office regularly audited Fujitsu IT, and you go on to refer to a discussion at the ARC on the audit risk compliance meeting on the 15th of May 2014. Just so we're clear, are those the 4 matters you were referring to in your evidence then?
Not quite. So I was referring to the first one, yep, which was Susan Crichton's assurances, which at the time I believed. With hindsight, it becomes clear that pretty much
we're going to come to those more.
They were wrong.
Just take me as
yeah.
through.
Okay. The second one I was referring to, the internal audit, I wasn't referring to the ISAE 3402.
Right. Well,
that came later. So by this time, ISAE 3402 was not in existence. However, as a consequence of those meetings, we did force Fujitsu to introduce ISAE 3402, which the following year, 12-13, came into existence.
So that's pausing there then. When you referred in your evidence to Deloitte, the audit taking longer, needing to create their own paperwork, were you referring to what we've heard as the SAS 70 issue?
No.
No.
So, in the first year that I saw the audit report, so my first audit committee meeting with Angus Young from EY, that audit had run for longer than it was expected to run and had cost more. And that was partly because Horizon Online was new. It was partly because EY had a new team who were doing the auditing. But it was significantly because the controls were not in place. As a result of all of that, then that was one of the reasons why we were saying it can't be right that this is the case. EY shouldn't be needing to work that hard to do that. We should be able to rely on our supplier to have a suite of documentation that our auditor can simply look at and test rather than needing to construct it themselves. And that is what led to the request to do SAS 70, and SAS 70 then morphed into ISAE 3402. So effectively they are one and the same thing.
Did Mr. Grant, the Ernst & Young audit partner, say anything to you about the integrity of the Horizon IT system in recording transactions at a branch level?
There was absolutely no comment from Mr. Grant that the data integrity was in any way compromised or poor.
Alice Perkins gave evidence to the inquiry on the 5th and 6th of June 2024, and her evidence was that she had a conversation with Angus Grant during her induction, of which she says she made a note. I want to bring that note up, please. It's WITN 20740122. We see a Post Office notepad, and presumably you didn't see this note until the inquiry sent it to you.
Correct.
If we can look halfway down, please. And it says, right in the middle almost, with Fujitsu, Post Office have a hard bargain, or drove a very hard bargain, on price, but they took back on quality/assurance. Was that something you were aware of at the time?
I was not aware of that at the time. I subsequently became aware not of an issue relating to data integrity, but of there was an issue where we had, I'm trying to remember now, so later than this, there were some customer incidents which affected customers where basically Fujitsu Horizon dropped out. And when Leslie Sewell investigated that and reported to the board, the reason for that was because the data center we had used to have 2 backup data centers, and we'd moved to 1, which I think had been a cost-saving exercise in the migration to Horizon Online. So that subsequently I learned, which was probably, this might have been what that was talking about, quality. But at the time, I certainly had no knowledge that when Horizon Online had been commissioned, RMG had driven a hard bargain, and there had been a reduction in quality or assurance.
Further down, it says Horizon, and then a dash, it says, is a real risk for us. Does it capture data accurately? And then cases of fraud, suspects suggest it's a system problem. And Alice Perkins' evidence was that this is something Mr. Grant had said, who raised a question as to the accuracy of data being captured by Horizon, and then the second point being referring to the claims of which you became aware. Did Mr. Grant say anything along those lines to you around the time you joined Post Office?
No, I don't recall meeting Mr. Grant before the Audit Committee meeting, which was in 2012, so I don't believe that I saw him in 2011. And when I did meet him, I had the EY report, and neither in his conversation nor in the EY report does he say that he is worried about data integrity.
Did Alice Perkins raise or pass on any of this information to you in the early days of being a senior independent director?
I have no recollection of her talking about that.
That can come down, thank you. Can we now look at, I was going to go through the sources of assurance that you referred to, and we'll start with the board meeting. I think you were referring to the 12th of January one. It's poll 21503. So we see that it's a meeting of the Board of Directors on the 12th of January, and you are listed as present as the Senior Independent Director. Please can we turn to page 6 of that document. And to the bottom, please. So it's, as you said, Les Owen asked for assurance that there was no substance to the claims brought by sub-postmasters which had featured in Private Eye. Now, just pausing there, I understand it's your evidence that at this point you were aware of the claims through the significant litigation report. Is that right?
Yes, the significant litigation report had just been published for the first time.
But your evidence is you hadn't seen the letter of claim by Shoesmith's Access Legal.
That is correct. The first time I saw those was in the inquiry.
And again, your evidence is at this point you weren't aware that one of the allegations was that Fujitsu could access remotely branch accounts and either insert, edit or delete transactions.
That is correct.
I'm going to refer to that in short term as remote access from now on.
Okay.
As we said, Susan Crichton explained that the sub-postmasters were challenging the integrity of the Horizon system. However, the system had been audited by RMG internal audit with the reports reviewed by Deloitte. The audit was very positive. And then at the bottom it says Susan Crichton suggested that she clear the audit report with the external lawyers, and if it is possible to give the report privilege status, it would be circulated. It would be circulated to the board. Did you ever see an audit report by Deloitte on these internal audits?
No, I don't believe. I didn't. I don't believe there was an audit report by Deloitte. With hindsight, at the time, clearly I didn't know that, but I don't believe that there was one.
Had you seen the RMG internal audit itself at that point?
No, I hadn't, although I did see it subsequently.
So is that the RMG internal audit, is that a document we may come to, but what's been described as an assurance review and a series of slides showing an assurance review?
Yes.
Did you ask any questions at this stage about what the internal audit investigated or its detailed findings?
I did not. At this stage, I was very new, I was still absorbing, and this was a conversation between Les Owen, who had been on the RMG board, and had, they were the ones who had commissioned this internal audit, and this had been going on for some months. So Les was asking Susan about it, and the interchange was between Les and Susan. I was listening at this stage, absorbing, assimilating, and as I say, I came out of that reassured, wrongly with hindsight, but at the time reassured, that the Horizon system was good integrity, and that the claims against us were weak.
Finally, the comment, the business has also won every criminal prosecution which it has used evidence based on the Horizon system's integrity. You may have said this in your evidence earlier, but just so we're clear, who said that? So
Susan said in answer to Les's question that she said exactly that, which again, with hindsight, I now know is wrong. But at the time, I didn't know it was wrong. At the time, I didn't question it. If the General Counsel is talking to an existing RMG and now POL director in a board meeting and says something, I believe her.
And in terms of what you can recall now about her answer, did she provide any other detail or any other context around what we see recorded here?
I'm sure she did, but I cannot remember it. This was 13, 14 years ago, and inevitably the minutes of a board meeting, the board meeting will last all day, and the minutes are maybe 8 or 10 pages long, so the minutes do not capture all of the conversation. So I'm sure that there was a fairly large conversation around that, but I do not know any more than I can see from the minutes. I cannot remember.
Could we turn, please, to poll 21430? So this is a meeting of the Audit, Risk and Compliance Subcommittee on the 13th of November 2012. Again, we can see you are in attendance, and at the bottom we can see that Angus Grant, the audit partner of Ernst & Young, is there, along with another representative of Ernst & Young. Could we please turn to page 4? And if we can just scroll down, please. So E refers to AG, so it's Mr. Grant setting out matters of the about the audit. So he expected the 2012-13 will be a challenging year for the business in several areas because of separation and major change, and that the audit would only need to focus on separation, pensions and taxation with an overlay of IT. Sets out the method of doing it, or the focus, sorry. And then F, the ARC was comfortable with the approach alongside the separate ISAE 3402 IT audit, which we referred to earlier in your statement, which had been jointly commissioned by the Post Office and Fujitsu. Says the chairman asked at what level of materiality the E&Y team would report. Mr. Grant explained that this would be similar to previous years, although E&Y did put a figure on profit and loss materiality. They would propose to report any identified audit adjustments above 600,000 to the committee and, as a general rule, insist on changes to the accounts for any single item or accumulation of items with an effect of over 5 to 6 million. This was accepted. When you say you took assurance from the IT audits, did that give you any assurance as to the integrity of the Horizon IT system in recording data at a branch level?
There wasn't a specific, I cannot recall a specific comment about that. However, EY would have spent a lot of time at the Chesterfield, I think it was, accounting centre, and in order to sign off the accounts, EY would have needed to ensure that they were happy with the integrity of the accounting system, including the branch accounting system. And if they weren't, there would have been a discussion, and there would have been a matter of emphasis in the accounts. Now, I cannot remember that happening, so I cannot remember a specific discussion about branch accounting, but inevitably they will have done that in their audit. And the fact that I can't remember it is probably saying that it wasn't there as an issue. The issues were the things that we primarily concentrated on.
So I don't want to put words in your mouth. I'm just trying to summarise what I think you've said. You can't remember if there was a conversation on integrity of branch accounts in respect of the audit. I think that's yes.
Yes.
But it would have been your assumption that E&Y would have satisfied themselves as to the integrity of the accounting system, yes?
Absolutely.
But you can't help us with knowing what you may have or may not have said or asked to satisfy yourself that was actually happening.
That is correct. So at this stage, this is an audit planning meeting, and then the audit results meeting will take place subsequently. So here they're talking about how they're going to plan it, then they will have done the audit, and then they'll report on the audit. And there is a detailed document for each. So at the document here, there will have been a document which came to the board, not in the minutes, which will have spelt out exactly how the audit was going to take place, which we will have looked at and said, okay. And that will have included a large amount of work at the Chesterfield, and forgive me if Chesterfield's the wrong place, but at the Chesterfield data centre. And then the report will have come through, and we will have looked at that probably May time the following year, once the audit had been done. And they will have reported on all of their findings. And all of their findings, the ARC, the ARC, would then have pored over and understood where there were problems, and then also made sure that there was an action plan in place to clear up those problems. And my memory from the throughout all of the years was that the issue was not about data integrity, the issue was about controls, and specifically the documentation of controls. And the first audit from 10-11, they had quite a few findings. The second one in 11-12, they had materially fewer findings. And then by 13-14 and 14-15, they were actually very complimentary about the controls and the documentation of controls. And the audit reports specifically articulate that the level of controls has improved very significantly over the period of time.
Thank you. I want to move on, please, to look at the appointment of Second Sight. And we don't need to turn this up, but in your statement at paragraph 36, paragraphs 98 to 100, I think you make the following points. I just want to confirm them with you. The first is that you say you were not involved in the decision to instruct a forensic accountant or the selection of Second Sight itself.
Correct.
And you also say in your statement, paragraph 100, that you were not involved, I was not involved in any discussion and or overseeing the drafting of the terms of reference for Second Sight's investigation.
Correct.
Alice Perkins gave evidence to the inquiry that she spoke to you at some point, couldn't be clear when, but at some point, about the appointment of Second Sight. We're going to come to the board meeting shortly, but can you recall any conversation outside of the board meeting with Alice Perkins concerning the appointment of Second Sight?
I have no recollection of that. However, it is quite possible that Alice did. I listened to Alice And I think that she was referring to her finding it difficult within the business, in that she was getting pushback from Mike Young and Susan Crichton. And so it is, I cannot remember it, but it is perfectly possible that Alice had a conversation with me that said, James Arbuthnot is suggesting this, I think it's a really good idea, I'm getting pushback in the business, what do you think, Neil? That would be the sort of conversation that we would have had. And I would have said, yeah, 100% right, Alice, go for it. Yeah, if you upset Mike and Susan, so be it. But I have no recollection of that, but it's a perfectly feasible conversation. Alice spoke to me about those things regularly.
Well, let's look at one of the board meetings where I think you say it was the first time you can recollect second sight or a forensic accountant being instructed. Please can we bring up poll 30021507. And page, before we go there, we see the 23rd of May 2012, and you're present on the second line. Could we turn to page 8, please? So this is under AOB. It refers to Paula Venables and Alice Perkins updating the board on the meeting with James Arbuthnot and Oliver Letwin. And at the end it says the business had also agreed to use a forensic accountant to investigate the system and give further comfort to those concerned about these cases, referring to the MP's cases that they were championing. We don't need to turn it up, but in your statement, page 36, paragraph 99, you say that you do recall querying whether they being Second Sight, had sufficient manpower and sufficient expertise in IT to be competent in undertaking a comprehensive review of Horizon. The board were assured that they were sufficiently competent and that Susan Crichton had worked with them previously and held them in high regard. At this stage, what type of investigation into the Horizon IT system was being proposed by Paula Venables and the chairman?
I think there was a degree of uncertainty at this stage about what the scope of it would be. And I have a vague recollection of that, and it is only vague, but I came back to it mentally several times in subsequent years, which is why I do have a vague memory of it. So my questioning at that board was, what are Second Sight going to do, and are they good enough to do it? Have they got enough resource to do it? Because they seemed to be a two-man band, and it was very unusual for Post Office to appoint a two-man band to do anything. Normally, we would apply. We would appoint people with large resource. Again, my memory is vague, but I think that I was reassured that they were going to do a review. They were not going to do a fully code-based review, looking at all of the documentation and all of the system. What they instead were going to do was to take the cases that the MPs had given to them and forensically understand what had happened to the money and find system faults through that way. So if I have lost £5,000, if there is a loss of £5,000, go through the forensic accounts and understand where that has happened, and from that identify problems with Horizon. So rather than going bottom up looking at all of the code, they would basically find the root cause of those problems. And so I think that was the discussion at the time, and I was reassured. I remember challenging it, but I remember also being reassured that Second Sight had the capability and the capacity to do that job well.
Could we look, please, at poll 30's 96642? if we can go to the bottom of that page, please. We see there's an email from Paula Venables on the 14th of June 2012 to you. So we've moved forwards a little bit in the chronology. And it says, Neil, good to see you earlier. And then further down, the meeting with James Arbuthnot went completely to plan, so well worth insisting on it and making the effort to go across. He has agreed to our terms of reference, TOR, I'm taking that as terms of reference, and an individual rather than a blanket approach. But pausing there, where it's referring here to an individual rather than blanket approach, is that going to what the evidence you just gave, that it's looking at individual cases rather than a code-up review?
Yes.
And then if we go up, please, to see your response. You say, Paul, it's always a pleasure to see you. Further down, well done with James. That's presumably referring to Lord Arbuthnot.
Yes.
So you agree, presumably, at this point with the individual approach rather than the code, overall code review approach?
Yes, I did. Again, my memory is slightly vague, but I think that it was explained to me that because the original code was so old, and because it was so different across the estate, that it would be almost impossible and very expensive to do a proper code review, but that what Second Sight were recommending, i.e. take the individual cases, follow the money, forensically understand where the root cause of that loss had come from, and my belief then was very clear that would be visible as you went through the audit store, so they would be able to track that down. They were bright people, and from that, if then there were 10 instances where there'd been a problem with ATMs had caused a £5,000 loss, that would then say, okay, there's a problem with the system. So, yes, I was happy with that approach.
Would you agree that at most what that would show is, in an individual case, a loss may have been caused by the Horizon IT system, but it wouldn't show you if the Horizon IT system as a whole had difficulties or problems?
Well, not necessarily. If we were looking at 47 cases, then if there is a reason behind them, I think you're probably as likely to find it by following the money and really getting to the root cause of each of those 47, as opposed to doing a code-based review. So I'm not sure that a code-based review would actually come up with a problem either. So actually, it did seem a reasonable way of understanding what that was. If there was one, I would absolutely agree with you. But if you're looking at 47, then you should be able to determine whether there are themes which actually are a common theme, which are a problem, a flaw in Horizon.
So was it your view then that if the 47 cases came back and no problem was found on those 47 cases alone, then that would have given the Horizon IT system effectively a clean bill of health?
I think that's what I thought, and I think that's what Second Sight were telling us.
You say in the email, definitely good to keep control of that process. What do you mean by control of that process?
So, this, again, I cannot remember exactly what I meant when I wrote that 12 years ago. If I tell you what I think I meant, it was less about that process and more about how Alice and I were trying to manage Paula. Paula was new in position. Paula was the managing director who had effectively presided over the very sharp deterioration in profitability. So she was the MD of POL in RMG Group. And we needed to turn the business around in all sorts of ways. in revenue, in profit, in cost control, in everything. So Alice and I thought that the CEO and CFO that we had, Paula and Chris, were okay, but actually Post Office, in the mess that it was, needed somebody that was great. So pretty much every email that I wrote to Paula at that stage was encouraging her to grip things, get traction, keep control, make progress. So that isn't an unusual statement. It's basically saying you are the CEO, get control, drive things, manage things, lead things, get traction, make progress.
Well, the process here that's being referred to isn't anything to do with profitability, is it?
No, it's not.
It's
But
nothing to do with the matters that you referred to about the dip in profitability. This is to do with the process of the review of cases by a second side.
Sure.
In fact, what you were doing here, encouraging Ms. Venables to take control of the process to gain a favourable outcome for the Post Office?
Well, absolutely not. So Alice and I are encouraging second sight. We want second sight. I think Lord Arbuthnot and the MPs had been trying to get traction with the Royal Mail Group for some time. Alice is there going, I'm listening to you. I believe you. I want to find something. So we will appoint somebody. I am there absolutely supporting the appointment of somebody and actually, in my mind going, should it be second sight or should it be somebody better? So in no way, shape or form are we trying to not find things. We are trying to find things. We're trying to understand and to fix things. However, in any process, be it about profit or cost, or it's just leadership of the business. So I want the CEO to lead properly. And that means taking control of things.
Let's jump forward to when the interim report is about to be announced. Could we have poll 30's21515, please? So it's a board meeting on the 1st of July 2013. You're in attendance, you're present. If we can scroll down, please. We see it's about Horizon, and Paula Venables is raising and giving an update on the Horizon review. Do you have any now positive recollection of this meeting?
So from the minutes, is my only recollection of it. I think actually it wasn't a meeting about Horizon. I think it was a meeting regarding network subsidy, onto which Horizon was tacked on at short notice with no warning.
It says, give an update on the Horizon review, which is being undertaken by Second Sight, and their interim report, which was due to be presented at a meeting of MPs on the 8th of July. The investigation to date has found no systemic issues with the Horizon computer system, but had highlighted areas for improvement in support areas such as training. What did you understand systemic issues to mean?
I think I believed systemic issues to refer to the code, the software. So was there a problem with the software which would be a flaw in Horizon?
Were you told how many cases that Second Sight had looked at this stage?
At this stage, I don't think I was told. My understanding will have been that they had 47 cases that were in their remit. But I don't think on this call there was a conversation about cases.
Goes on to say the CEO explained that the Horizon, like any large computer system, would occasionally have anomalies, and two were known of over recent years. The business had dealt with these anomalies to ensure no sub-postmaster was out of pocket, and these anomalies had not affected any of the cases which Second Sight had reviewed. What did you understand or take from the word anomaly?
Again, memory vague, but I think that I will have taken that as being, I guess in my mind I will have likened it again to an iPhone release. Yeah, if there is an iPhone release and then some part of that doesn't link with some other part of the system, then that's a problem, a flaw. So I think a flaw.
Were you told anything about when the anomalies were discovered?
I cannot recall if that was conversed on this call. So again, just to stress, this phone call, I believe it was a board phone call.
Yes, it says that we don't need to go up, but it says at the top, held by conference.
Yeah, and it was about a totally different issue. So Horizon was just dumped on us in this phone call at short notice. So no papers and squidged on as an extra little piece. So my memory is that it was a very short update about Horizon on this call because the majority of it was about, I think, network subsidy. I might be wrong on that.
If we turn over the page, please. It said the CEO was concerned that the report from the independent forensic accountants was not as factual as expected and could lead to loose language at the MP meeting. The board asked the business to challenge Second Sight to ensure changes were made to the report where possible and asked the business to prepare their communication to combat any inaccuracies. Do you recall if any examples were given of the type of inaccuracy that the CEO was referring to?
I do not recall that. I would doubt if that was the case. So again, I'm sure that there were no written papers for this. This is Paula doing a short verbal briefing over a phone call.
And what was your view on that, the way it was presented to the board at this time, on what is clearly a significant issue?
I was upset. So I was upset that we were being told a week before the report was going to come out, that the report was going to come out. So I would have wanted, to understand. The board had asked several times, many times over the year, how was Second Sight getting on? So to have it dropped on us, not in a proper written communication, not at a proper board meeting with proper papers, but just to have it thrown in as an AOB to say, actually, Second Sight report is coming out next week, and we're not happy with it because it's inaccurate. And by the way, there are these bugs, flaws. I wasn't happy with that, and I don't think the rest of the Neds were happy with that. It's not a good way to run the business of the board.
Did you discuss with Alice Perkins, Did you discuss with Alice Perkins your concerns as to how it was handled at this point?
I cannot remember if on that phone call I had that conversation. I am sure that the Neds spoke a lot with each other, so I am sure that I and others did talk to Alice and talk to each other to say that we were unhappy with this process.
Can we look, please, at the interim report when it came out? It's poll 20130-412. I think your evidence is that you think you read this some point between the 8th of July and the 16th of July. Is that correct?
Correct.
If you turn to page 5, please. Go a bit further down to the bottom. Thank you. So did defects in Horizon cause some of the losses for which sub-postmasters or their staff were blamed? And paragraph 6.4, in the course of our extensive discussions with Post Office over the last 12 months, Post Office has disclosed to Second Sight that in 2011 and 2012, it had discovered defects in Horizon Online that had impacted 76 branches. And then over the page, we see at 6.5 and 6.6, there are references to the number of branches and the affected and the quantum of the shortfalls and surpluses. And at 6.7, it says Post Office was unaware of this second defect until a year after its first occurrence in 2011. It reoccurred and an unexplained shortfall was reported by a sub-postmaster. Now, what were your views when you saw this information as to two defects that had caused shortfalls and gains in branch accounts?
Again, I'll tell you what I think I remembered, but my memory is inevitably a little bit vague, more than 10 years ago. I was not as worried as, with hindsight, I should have been when I read this. So we had been told by Paula that these anomalies, bugs, were not in any way linked with the cases that Second Sight were reviewing. Second Sight themselves, if you go to the conclusion of this paper, Second Sight say there are no systemic problems with Horizon. And then they in fact, is it possible to scroll down to the conclusion here?
Yes, it's page...
I think it's...
Page 8.
So we have so far found no evidence of system-wide systemic problems with the Horizon software. We are aware of 2 incidents where bugs or defects in the Horizon software gave rise to 76 being branches, which took some time to identify and correct. So I'm reading that, but it's not actually raising a huge red flag to me. So it is saying that there are bugs, but it's also saying to me that, it's underneath the main point, which is there are no systemic problems with Horizon. So I'm getting the impression from this, wrongly, with hindsight, but I'm getting the impression that we have found the bugs. Okay, one of them took time. They are not related to the 47 cases that Second Sight are reviewing. And in their report, they also say every system has bugs. It's inevitable. So it's probably an amber flag, but it wasn't a red flag to me.
Well, you had been dealing or aware of challenges to the integrity of Horizon since at least 12th January 2012. Would you agree?
Yes.
And as you say in your statement, you say you've been assured by various members of the business that data integrity wasn't an issue. You agree?
Yes.
Did it not concern you that during that time, members of the executive hadn't raised the fact that there were 2 bugs that affected 76 branches in circumstances where there were allegations of a lack of integrity in the system?
Yes, it did. So just to be clear on the answer. So I was not overly worried about the bugs. With hindsight, I should have been more worried, but the way that this was written and the way that it had been explained to us by Paula on the first and subsequently, it did not make me overly worried. What did make me worried is that we were only finding out about it at this stage. So I thought that the way that it was being communicated to the board was poor. The way it was launched on the board on that 1st of July phone call was, I think, unacceptable. And I wanted us to have a different relationship with the board so that we were told that, I wanted information to come to the board freely and quickly, and clearly it wasn't. So the way that it was communicated did worry me. The actual fact that we had 2 bugs did not worry me as much as it should have.
Was it not beyond that? And did it not cause you to, or do you think it should have caused you to be more questioning or distrustful of the information that was being provided to you by your executive?
So Second Sight are not saying that this is a big problem. I'm reading Second Sight report, and the thing that I'm getting from Second Sight report is that there are no systemic system-wide issues with Horizon, but there are significant issues with training, support, call centre, etc. And that was the main message that I got from Second Sight. It wasn't bugs are the issue. What I read Second Sight and understood was the issue is around not the code, not the software, but the support package around Horizon, which was inadequate and needed to be fixed. And I believe that. I mean, intuitively, that's also what I believed. As I had gone around to post offices, lots of sub-postmasters would say, it's not easy to use, it's clunky, it's not intuitive, your helpline isn't helpful. So as I read Second Sight's report, it resonated with me, and I thought, yeah, okay, I agree. And I agreed with their broadening definition of the Horizon system. So they were at pains to point out that, in their view, Horizon wasn't just about the code, the software, which I thought, yes, I agree. Horizon system should be a wider thing. It's about the user experience. So as I read the Second Sight report, which this document is about, that my takeaway wasn't we have had 2 bugs that have been found and weren't responsible for the sub-postmaster losses. My takeaway from it was that the Horizon system, our old definition has been overly narrow. We need to broaden that definition, and we need to fix those things.
So that's probably a good time to take our first break as I'm moving on to a different topic. I know it's slightly early, but
No, that's fine, Mr. Stevens. What time should we resume?
11:05, please, sir.
Fine.
Thank you. Good morning, sir. Can you still see and hear us?
Yes, thank you.
I'll carry on. Mr. McCausland, we were looking at assurance and we got up to the interim report. I now want to look at assurance after that. So we'll take the chronology a little bit out of order but stay on this same theme. I'm going to jump to March 2014. So at this point, for context, the mediation scheme is in full swing. Post Office Limited are conducting investigations into that, and there's the query of compensation. And we then have the Linklaters advice in March, and I want to explore that and what came afterwards. Could we look, please, at your statement, page 62, paragraph 166? So 166, you're talking after the Linklaters advice itself, but what you say is the Linklaters advice appeared to share the board's view that that second site's interim report did not adequately address this, and you're referring to getting to the bottom of whether there was any evidence to suggest Horizon was not working as it should be, particularly whether any weaknesses or points of malfunction had been identified. So, in terms of your thinking following the interim report, is your position that the interim report hadn't disclosed anything? I think earlier you said it might have been an orange flag, nothing particularly concerning, but it hadn't given you in terms of bugs, but it hadn't given you assurance over whether there were, in fact, weaknesses or points of malfunction in the system?
So, personally, I actually felt, after the second site interim report, I was pleased with it. I thought that we had found what the problem was. So, there were, as we went into the mediation scheme, and 150 people came into the mediation scheme, I thought to myself, okay, that's good. I mean, Second Sight have identified that there is a problem with Horizon system, not the code, but the wider system. And 150 people have come into the mediation system to say, we have been affected by this, training, ATMs, support, helpline, whatever. And therefore, I was actually feeling quite good that we had identified what the issue was.
Pausing there, you were presumably aware that the people coming into the scheme included people alleging that the system had flaws?
Yes, alleging that, yes.
And just taking what you say at 66...
Sorry, so I wasn't... All of the cases were individual and were confidential. So I wasn't aware of the individual cases, but my feeling was that the... and as we went through this, again, we were getting reports. So before we got to the March 14 date that you're talking about, the board would have had an update probably a couple of months before that saying, we have now investigated 74, I think it was, of the cases and not found anything in Horizon, but they are about the wider issue. So I wasn't aware of the individual specifics.
If I can just be clear here what you're saying. You're not aware of the specifics, but between the start of the mediation scheme and to March 2014, were you aware, as a matter of generality, that some of the applicants to the mediation scheme were alleging that discrepancies had been caused by problems in the Horizon IT system?
Inevitably, yes. But my understanding of that is the broader IT system. So I wasn't aware of any of the specifics, and my understanding was that as we were going through, we had a team of 20 people trying to work their way through the individual case reports. And the message that we were getting back was that as they were being worked through, it was consistent with the second site interim report, i.e. that we could explain those things. Nowhere in those, I think, 74 reports was there an indication that there was a software or a bug problem.
When you're referring to the 74 reports, are you referring to the investigations conducted by Post Office Limited?
Yes.
I think it's simplest just to go to the advice at this point. If we go to POL 20107-317, please. So this is the Linklaters advice, 20th of March 2014. Now, before moving on to the substance, could you just turn to page 2, please? And paragraph 1.4, it says, absent such proof that Horizon is not working as it should, the Post Office should be able to recover losses which the Horizon records indicate are owing on an individual SPMR's account. If the Post Office is entitled to recover losses, then there can be no question of a consequential loss claim on the part of the sub-postmaster relating to their recovery. Alwyn Lyons gave evidence to the inquiry on the 21st of May 2024 to the effect that she thought that you would have thought this paragraph was good because the Post Office could put a lid back on the can of worms and pay very little. Does that fairly summarise what your views were of the mediation scheme at this point?
Absolutely not. So, and I think Alwyn's words were basically that I was the pragmatic one on the board, and I think.
When you say Alwyn's words, when are
so
you referring?
you've just quoted Alwyn's evidence.
Yes.
Alwyn's evidence was she wasn't saying that's what I had said. She was saying that was her view of what I might have been thinking, but she was doing that on the basis that I was the pragmatic person on the board. I think actually exactly around that time, you have already disclosed to me an email from me to Paula, where I was the one actually suggesting that we should pay significant amounts of goodwill compensation. So I put an email to Paula in advance of a board discussion that says, this is growing and the potential bill to the Post Office is huge. We're at the moment saying that we're not going to pay consequential or goodwill payments of any scale. But actually, why don't we? Why don't we just say that the worst cases get 75k, medium 50k, 25k, doesn't matter how you do it. I think in the board meeting I actually doubled those figures. If you did that and paid a significant amount of compensation, then you might actually get out of this. So Alwyn, I think, is right in saying I was the pragmatic one, but I'm not the one. This isn't EBITDAS. So this is not sustainable profit. This is an exceptional cost. The Post Office has got 1.5 billion that it's trying to go through. If you spend 15 million, which was my suggestion, as goodwill payments, it's chicken feed. It's not an existential crisis. So, I'm actually the one, I think I was the only one, who was saying we should pay something if it will solve it.
So you disagree with at the point I just put to you. We'll move on.
Yes.
Could we turn, please, to page 3, paragraph 2.3. Importantly, Joe Swinson, the Parliamentary Under-Secretary of State for Employment Relations and Consumer Affairs, noted that there was no evidence of a systemic problem with Horizon. This has also been the Post Office's conclusion on the information so far available to it. We note that there is, so far as we understand it, no objective report which describes and addresses the use and reliability of Horizon. We do think that such a report would be helpful, though there is a decision to be made about how broad and or thorough it needs to be. So, at this point, you referred to past sources of assurance you'd had, but you have Linklaters now saying there's no objective report which describes and addresses the use and reliability of Horizon. Was that a surprise to you?
So when we were having the original second site, our second site, the right people discussion, at that stage, there was a discussion about can you do a system review? Does the code exist? Is it possible to do that? And I think Second Sight had said to us that actually it would be a very difficult, almost impossible thing to do. And when we subsequently had Deloitte do it, they also said broadly the same thing. So a proper code-based review was almost impossible. And therefore, I don't think it was a total surprise.
Well, just opposing that, it doesn't say that there needs to be a code-based review, does it? It says that there isn't an objective report which describes and addresses the use and reliability of Horizon. Did you think that there was such a report, an objective report describing and addressing the use and reliability of Horizon before then?
Probably not. I don't think it was a surprise, no.
So did that strike you as troubling, given it's a few years down the line of dealing with these claims and there's no such report available to the Post Office?
Well, and the whole point of appointing Second Sight was to find the issues and find flaws. So if you go back to Second Sight's remit, they were there to actually go through the cases and find a flaw in Horizon. And their advice was, and we believed it, we agreed, that that was the best way to do it. And Second Sight were doing a number of reports about the reliability of Horizon. So Second Sight were right then working on an interim report. Sorry, it wasn't they called it a Part 1 report, I think, which did describe Horizon and the way that it was being worked. So, I mean, my understanding was that that was what we were using Second Sight to do.
Well, let's look onwards, please. Page 9, paragraph 530. It says, it is the reliability of the Horizon system as a matter of principle which is important. If there are doubts about the reliability of the system, then this could obviously impact on the Post Office's ability to claim losses, since it calls into question whether such losses exist at all. This is the fundamental question, and one which has not yet been satisfactorily addressed. Second Sight have not done what we would have expected them to in terms of an investigation into Horizon. The logical and obvious start for their work would have been a thorough review and description of how Horizon is supposed to work, its day-to-day use by the sub-postmasters, and in principle, identification of any weaknesses and likely points of malfunction. Now, posing there that what Second Sight have been asked to do is to look at individual cases, I think using your words, trace the money. Is that right?
Originally, but then that morphed. So then now, at this stage, Second Sight were doing their Part 1 and Part 2 thematic reviews, which were to some extent explaining how Horizon worked and where the points of weakness were.
But pausing there, by this stage, the reports you hadn't seen them or they hadn't been released?
Correct, yeah. We knew they were working on them, but they were taking a long time because Second Sight were trying to do a lot of things at the same time.
We see at paragraph 32, it refers to Second Sight being due to produce the generic report in due course.
Yeah.
At this point, having read this, did you think it was important to follow Linklater's advice and get an objective report that looked at the use and reliability of the Horizon IT system?
Yes, I did.
And that's why, presumably, Deloitte were subsequently commissioned?
Yes.
Can we look at the board meeting where that was discussed, please? It's poll 30-21523.
Sorry, can I make one comment about the Linklaters report?
Yes.
So it does also say in the Linklaters report that even absent such a report that Deloitte then turned out to be, Post Office still had good reasons to believe that the losses, that they should not be paying consequential losses due to the level of assurances that existed, such as ISAE 3402, such as Fujitsu, such as Gareth Jenkins and Ann Chambers. So they don't say, yeah, huge red flag, you shouldn't be doing this. They say, actually, you've got a lot of good evidence, but in addition, it would be really helpful to have Deloitte. And I absolutely agreed with that.
We've got the board minute here. It's 26th of March 2014. You're present. We also see in attendance 5 down, Krista Band from Linklaters. If we go to page 2, please. We see, we don't need to go through it, but there's Ms. Band makes various criticisms of the second site work. And at F, we see that at that point, the board thanked Krista for her report and Krista Band left the meeting. So presumably, in terms of reading these minutes, but just to confirm, everything from F down is without Krista Band being present.
I assume so.
We go to K. So the board agreed that they needed to commission a piece of work to complement that undertaken by Linklaters to give them and those concerned outside the business comfort about the Horizon IT system. Why did the board wish to obtain a piece of work to give it comfort about the Horizon IT system?
I think back in February, there had been a very large difference in the potential bill that the Post Office would be paying, ranging from 6 million to 100 million. And we internally on the board had some discussions. I was suggesting significant goodwill payments. Others were saying no. The Linklaters work basically said that the key determinant of that was going to be how robust we were with our belief that Horizon was not malfunctioning. And therefore, in the absence of second site's work that they were still doing, it was going to be very sensible for us to actually have another piece of work.
So is there another piece of work to shore up the board's position or an objective review to understand whether or not Horizon's data integrity is satisfactory?
And I mean, the board didn't really have a position. The board just wanted to get to the truth.
Well, it says if the board wanted to get to the truth, would it not say at K, the board decided to commission a piece of work which would be an objective investigation into the Horizon IT system and its integrity, rather than saying that it wanted a comfort about the Horizon IT system?
So that's a fine point of wording, and Alwyn wrote the words, but I can tell you that the people on the board, the Neds on the board, always just wanted to know the truth.
And
so there's absolutely no benefit for a Ned in trying to hide the truth.
so did that mean, for you, a report that described the Horizon IT system and commented on how it worked in practice?
Yes, and identified potential flaws.
We then look at it refers to the terms of reference. First bullet point says, the work undertaken by Angela van den Bogart explaining how the system works. Can you help us with what that's supposed to mean, or why Angela van den Bogart is referred to in respect of these terms of reference?
So after the interim report from Second Sight, there were a number of work streams which came out of that. Working party, mediation stream, lesson learned. But to me, probably one of the most important was the business support program or the business improvement program. It's called both things, which basically took the second site interim report findings and then tried to wash those through the business and fix things which were not correct. So it fixed the training, fixed the cultural issues, fixed the helpline, it fixed the way that it was suspended postmasters. So it did a lot of things.
The non-IT issues is what that's referring to.
Yes, so it's not about, I don't, some of it I think it does touch on IT, but it's primarily the word cultural is a bad word, but if you understand what I mean by the cultural issues that are identified in the second site interim report, I think that is what it means. And if you are going to describe the use of Horizon and articulate that in a document, then the work that business support program had done, I think would be very useful as a starter for 10 in that. So that's as I understand that.
So that's the business support program. We've then got 2 bullet points on data integrity issues. The final is a response to the most significant thematic issues raised by Second Sight. Why did an objective report or investigation need to include a response to the thematic issues raised by Second Sight?
I don't know, to be honest. I don't remember reading that or thinking about that last bullet point. And I don't remember any discussion about that last bullet point.
Just so we're clear, when you say you don't recall it, are you suggesting in any way that this might be inaccurate in terms of what was discussed or not?
No. I'm simply saying that I do not remember any conversation at that meeting after Linklaters had gone, which was, and we need to have a response to the significant thematic issues.
Can we look, please?
It doesn't, in a way, it doesn't worry me. If you are getting somebody else to actually do a piece of work, I think it would be sensible for them to see the second site work and to consider that and either to validate or refute those issues.
Can we look, please, at poll 20148075? So this is a Project Sparrow subcommittee meeting. You weren't in attendance at this meeting, and I understand you didn't attend the subcommittee. Is that right?
Correct.
In your statement, page 46, paragraph 125, you refer to these minutes going to the board. Would you have read them?
Yes.
If we look, please, at page 4. And go down to the update on Horizon Online, HNGX, Horizon Assurance work. Point B, it refers to 2 parts. I'm not going to read it out because it's known well to the inquiry, but effectively, part 1 is a desktop-based review. And it says, you see at the end, the assessment of part 1 will not consider the integrity of the Horizon processing environment at implementation. That would form part 2 of the work. It then goes on to say, although no system could be absolutely bulletproof, no issues had yet been identified through the cases being investigated or any other route that has called into question the integrity of Horizon. Nor have any widespread systematic faults been identified since Horizon Online was implemented. These 2 points, along with the Part 1 work, depending on the results, should be sufficient to assure Post Office that Horizon is fit for purpose. Can you recall, firstly, can you recall reading this document when you received it?
I cannot recall reading it, but I'm sure that I did read it. The minutes of the subcommittees would have been in the board pack, and I would have read the whole board pack.
Did you discuss this approach to the Deloitte work with any of the non-executive directors?
I cannot remember discussing that. I think it is unlikely that I did. The way that the subcommittee minutes worked was generally they were in the board pack, and the chairman of the subcommittee would generally give a very short, of the relevant subcommittee, would give a very short description of what happened and take questions. But there was rarely a substantive discussion regarding the minutes of the subcommittees, of which there were many subcommittees. So I doubt that there was a substantive discussion about that.
Did you see any problem at the time with the plan not to commence or go forward with the Part 2 work?
No. I wasn't in the subcommittee. So can I just explain the way subcommittees work?
Well,
You know that.
we have that, how they work. But you would have read this, yes?
I would have read it, but...
And you are there as a senior independent director to assist the Post Office with strategy.
Yep.
Yes. And part of that strategy is how the Post Office was to respond to claims about the integrity of the Horizon IT system, yes?
Yes.
And that was important not just for the applicants in the scheme, but for how the data in the accounts, the data that Post Office relied on to produce its account was prepared.
Yes.
So when you have a suggestion from Linklaters that firstly there's no objective review into the integrity of the Horizon system, two, that it's would be important to get, or it would be a good idea to get one, and the board has suggested getting one, why did you not see the problem with stopping at a desktop review?
I don't think it said stopping. It said that it was going to be a two-part exercise. It's quite sensible. So it's quite sensible to break an exercise down into two parts. The first part being part one, and see where you get to at part one, and then take a view about part two. We already know that we've already had conversations that part two is going to be potentially difficult because the data may not exist, it's very old, it's very disparate, and therefore part two may not be possible, and if it is possible, it may be very difficult. So to have it in a bite-sized chunk feels sensible now, it felt sensible at the time.
So in your view, at this point, it was part two hadn't been written off, it was an open question to be assessed after part one?
Absolutely, yeah, and I think that it says it very clearly that the SSC have a task, which I think is in the minutes here, in the action points, that the SSC have a task to get the CIO to come along and talk about when and how and if are we going to do part two. So part two is absolutely there as a scope, but the scope has been split into two parts.
I think I should just clarify one thing. When you say SSC, I assume you're referring to Sparrow Subcommittee.
Yes.
There's another SSC in this inquiry. That's why I just want to double check that.
Apologies.
No, don't need to apologise. Let's move on in the chronology. Poll 21524, please. So it's a board meeting on the 30th of April 2014. You're present, and if we can scroll down, thank you, we see at the bottom Gareth James of Deloitte is also in attendance. Can we turn please to page 6? If we go down please. So, subparagraph D, it says Gareth James reported that all the work to date showed that the system had strong areas of control and that its testing and implementation were in line with best practice. Work was still needed to assure the controls and access at the Finance Service Centre. Now, I think in your statement, but do correct me if I'm wrong, I think you criticise that this oral briefing on the work to date was incomplete or inaccurate.
Can I just ask, where are you taking that from?
Yes, if we go please to pay, if we could bring up the witness statement on the screen at the same time. and page 75. It says paragraph 2, if you could go to the bottom, please. Paragraph 200, I do not think that the board received the full Deloitte Project Zebra report. I do not know if the Barrows subcommittee saw it. You then say the board was given a somewhat misleading verbal briefing and an incomplete board summary, neither of which clearly exposed the serious problems that Deloitte had found. Now, the incomplete board summary is a reference, I'm sure, to the 4th June.
Yes.
And we're going to come to that in an email from Chris Oyard and Roderick Williams. When you say somewhat misleading verbal briefing, is that referring to, it's gone some on the screen,
yes.
Sorry, is that referring to the 30th of April
yes.
board meeting?
Yes.
Okay. So if you could bring that board meeting back, please. It's poll 21524. Page 6, please. And just back down to D, please. So that's D is the paragraph I read out before. Now, do you have any independent recollection as to what was said at this meeting, or are you reliant on the minute?
I do not have any recollection of the meeting itself. I am reliant on the minutes. But I probably would have remembered it had I come out of the meeting with a big worry. And I do not remember coming out of that session with a big worry. And therefore, I think that I listened to Gareth James. He had the day before given a small document, but basically I came out of that session thinking, yeah, we're in pretty good shape.
So Alice Perkins gave evidence to the inquiries saying that she thought the board had the impression that Deloitte were going to be able to write a report, if you like, Horizon a clean bill, giving, if you like, Horizon a clean bill of health. Would you effectively agree with that?
Yes.
The work was still needed to assure the controls and access at the Finance Service Centre. You accept, presumably, at this point that it was an interim report, effectively?
Absolutely.
Now, if we look down, we may as well cover it while we're here. It says Chris Oyar explained that several sub-postmasters who were challenging Horizon had made allegations about phantom transactions which were non-traceable. Assurance from Deloitte about the integrity of the system records would be very valuable. That's presumably referring to the remote access issue, is it?
It is. And actually, phantom transactions was probably a phrase that was used more than remote access. But yes, it means the same thing.
So by this point, at least, you were aware of the allegations about remote access?
And specifically asking Deloitte in their investigation to try to understand, is there validity in that?
So it's an important matter, you thought?
Correct.
And then at F, we see the board asked what assurance could be given pre-2010 when the different Horizon system was in use. And it said Gareth James would go on to cost that up effectively. Why was the board concerned to look pre-2010 as well?
So the vast majority of the prosecutions took place before 2010 under Royal Mail Group, under Old Horizon. We understood that it was going to be difficult to get assurance because of the age and mainly because of the age. But if there was an opportunity to get assurance on old Horizon as well as on online Horizon, then that would be helpful and useful.
So you specifically mentioned there that in the board's processes or thinking when asking for the pre-2010 work, it was considering how that might affect past prosecutions.
I'm not sure that it was yes implicitly. I mean, we just wanted, at that stage we weren't really thinking so much about the prosecutions, we were thinking about the integrity of Horizon. So the linkage to past prosecutions wasn't high in the mind, it was. So Deloitte were looking at what is the integrity of Horizon Online like. We also would like to understand, if we could, what was the old Horizon integrity like.
But it was in the background and so presumably made this work all the more important.
Yes.
Can we look, please, at poll 20304159? And if we could go down, please, to Larissa Wilson's email. We see it's from Larissa Wilson. You are in the distribution list, 29th of April 2014. It says, so it's the day before the meeting we've just been for. Please find attached the draft report for item 6 attached. This paper will also be available on board pad and hard copies will be provided at tomorrow's meeting. Could we then look at the attachment to that, which is poll 20304160? I appreciate you've been given this document we're going to now this morning. So we see it's a Deloitte report, review of assurance sources, executive summary. I think behind draft it will say emerging findings at 29 April 2014. Do you remember having read this report or do you remember receiving it?
I don't remember receiving it, although I don't doubt that I did.
If we turn the page, please, to page 2. I should make it clear you didn't have this report when you drafted your witness statement. You refer to a separate report around this point, so that's why I'm taking you to it now. Under overall comments, I'm not sure why the draft is appearing in front on this screen, but there we are. It says a significant amount of work has been performed. In fact, it may be better to come back to this later stage. Actually, we don't need that part. We can go and look at the bottom paragraph. It refers to our main recommendation for improvement in the assurance provision, therefore, would be for Post Office to extend the formal risk and control framework already in place for general controls, to also embrace key risks and controls holistically across the Horizon Online processing environment, for example, to include controls in specific risk and thus more operational areas of the business, such as the Finance Service Centre. So similar to what was said in the minutes that we just went through, yes?
Yes.
And if we go back slightly up, please, we see under overall comments, it does say, in the first paragraph, this work is comparable to that typically seen, it'll say, in other similar organisations. So, if you had read, and you may not be able to recall reading it, if you had read this at the time, is that consistent with the feeling you remember of being reassured?
Yes. I mean, I do not remember reading this at the time. I'm sure I did read this at the time. But the combination of reading this and listening to Gareth James the following day at the board meeting will have not made me feel rosy and warm, and clearly there are things more to do, but not made me feel overly worried.
Thank you. That can come down. Sir, just so you know, the version on the system has the draft behind the text. So when you come to read it, we won't have the same difficulties. Could we please bring up poll 20105635? So this is a document to which you refer in your witness statement. If we go down slightly, please, we can see it. The Project Zebra Phase 1 report, content and key extracts, draft for validation in advance of board discussion on Wednesday, 30th of April. Now, Gareth, James will give evidence to this inquiry in written form. That said that this formed the primary basis of discussion for the meeting on the 30th of April. Do you, as you say, you refer to it in your statement, do you have any independent recollection of reviewing it now or not?
Again, I do not have a recollection of reviewing it, but if it was sent to me for a board discussion, I will have read it.
But you, for example, you can't assist with now whether this was in the boardroom at the time when the discussion was taking place?
I cannot. My instinct is that it was.
Could we look, please, at page 5? It's key matters for consideration, and you see on the left there's risk area, in the middle the matters for consideration, and on the right the nature of work done. If we could turn the page, please. We have 4 specific on the left, and on the right it says other work only, no assurance work noted. And D, it says audit store. This records all transactional activity and certain key system events. Work we have seen performed on this store has been performed by Fujitsu and is not evidence-based, as the documentation provides a description of the process they have performed only. It is not clear from the documentation we have been provided whether 1. Post Office has agreed that the current capturing of certain key system events is complete and appropriate for potential governance and investigation needs, and 2. Investigatory work on the audit store has all been performed by Fujitsu, who, whilst technically qualified, do not constitute an independent nor experienced party for risk-driven assurance purposes, or what risk analytic tools were used for these purposes. And then if we go down to the key potential next steps, we have 2B, audit store testing for a key potential next step. An independent party should review and test the audit store functionality as described within the technical documentation provided by Fujitsu. This should include certain data analytic tests or on underlying audit store data to better understand, profile and examine the operation of the store, and potentially use historic characteristics of incidents and errors to analytically search for like characteristics and trends within the audit records. Do you recall that being discussed at the meeting, these key potential next steps and points raised about the audit store?
I do not recall the conversation at that meeting.
Can you assist us with what your understanding would have been of these issues if you can put yourself in the position of reading it at the time? So what would that have told you?
I think that it's basically saying that a lot more work needs to be done at Fujitsu, and just to understand how it works, get some independent, or get them to review it. So they're basically saying, we need to look more at the audit store. I think.
Sorry.
Yeah, I mean, at that meeting, this is the meeting, isn't it, where we're basically asking Deloitte to widen their scope. So we'd set up the Sparrow subcommittee had set up the terms of reference for Deloitte, agreed it with the Linklaters, agreed it with the Sparrow subcommittee, got Deloitte started, got them started on a part 1. And then on the 30th at the board meeting, that scope was broadened a bit, which included phantom transactions, which undoubtedly would have been in Deloitte, in Fujitsu. And I think this is also saying that they should review and test the audit store functionality.
Irrespective of whether you don't remember reading it, I think do you recall anyone from the Post Office executive either briefing you or informing you about these suggestions in this document by Deloitte?
I don't, but to be honest, I wouldn't really have expected them to, in that the Deloitte work was within the Sparrow subcommittee, and therefore, had I been on the Sparrow subcommittee, I might well have, but I wasn't, and therefore the only notes that I saw at the time, and the only notes that the inquiry have given me, are the minutes of the Sparrow subcommittee. And as we talked about before, in the reading of the papers which would have gone to the Sparrow subcommittee and the hours that they spent, to condense that down to a few pages of minutes inevitably means that I am far less cited on that than people who are on the Sparrow subcommittee.
In your statement, you refer to this Phase 1 report and you say it did not raise any particular red flags with me, albeit I knew controls around the system needed improving. One thing I want to test is, you earlier said in your evidence on the 30th of April you came away feeling good about Horizon, or the work that it was being done in respect of, by Deloitte.
So, I mean, I think I said I didn't feel warm and rosy,
no.
But I didn't have red flags. I didn't feel overly worried. So there was clear. So I came away feeling this is an interim report. We have already widened the scope.
Yes, I'm just trying to summarise where you are.
So I would have felt not warm and rosy,
yes,
but not overly worried.
Let me just get to the question. That feeling you've described, do you think you would have had that feeling if these issues had been discussed on the 30th of April?
Yes, I don't think that those issues would have changed. So again, I'm not reading that to say, oh my God, I'm really worried. I'm reading that as to say more work needs to be done.
Yeah.
And more investigation is required, particularly in the audit store with Fujitsu.
Could we look to the product that was given to you, please? It's POL 3029733. And if we go, we see the email from Alwyn Lyons on the 4th of June. You're in the distribution list. It says, please see below the message from Chris Oyar and Leslie Sewell. Sorry, I earlier said Roderick Williams. It was Leslie Sewell who was joint on this. If we could turn the page, please, to see the... So we see, talks about the briefing. And it says, the briefing strives to be succinct and intelligible. However, given the subject matter and scope of the review, it remains somewhat technical. Furthermore, it's based on a desktop review of currently available information. It is therefore heavily caveated. In the briefing, Deloitte expressly identify a number of limitations and assumptions which underpin the findings. The briefing must be read in this context. That said, its key findings are... I'm not going to read those out because I understand you've read that summary.
Yes.
Can you just explain what your view was of the Deloitte work, or what you took from this summary?
From the summary, or from the...
From the summary.
From the summary, I took that well, I took this as a good affirmative report saying that Horizon was in good shape. So I did not feel overly worried when I read the summary.
Did you acknowledge or understand from the summary what the limitations were? What did you think they were?
Sorry, so when
In the summary,
Yeah.
how much weight did you think you could place on this report from the summary based on the described limitations?
Okay, so let me just be clear. So when I read this email, so there's an email from Chris, and then there is the report from Deloitte. When I read the email from Chris, I felt good in that the email was basically saying Fujitsu Horizon is in good shape. When I read the board summary, which was the condensed version of the full report, I felt less good. It wasn't an easy read, and I don't have a vivid memory of this, but my memory of it is that I felt less good, and I thought that there were some questions which still needed to be answered in that board summary.
What were the questions that you thought still needed to be answered from the board summary?
So again, my memory is not complete. I'm trying to remember back more than 10 years ago here, but I do remember that in one of their matters, which with hindsight I can tell you is matter 3, it basically says that they have not found documented controls which give Horizon the protection that it should have. So there were questions around that definitely needed to be answered. And that wasn't how I read the email. And so there were two things in my mind. First of all, the email is overly positive. And secondly, the report itself still has some questions to answer.
I was going to turn to the report, but let's just pick up on that first. Did it concern you that the summary email was positive in comparison to what you took from the report itself?
Yes. Again, so I'm trying to remember back 10 years, so I have not got a particularly clear memory of it, but I do remember feeling a disconnect between the email and the report.
Did you do anything about that?
I cannot remember. If I felt a disconnect, it's likely that I would have, but I cannot remember what I did.
Well, let's look at the report, please. It's POL 201300618. And if we could turn to page 3. Now, you've clearly read this report, the inquiry's seen it, so I'm not going to go in any detail, try to summarise it. At the start, we see that Deloitte say this didn't constitute audit or assurance engagement in accordance with UK or international standards. And then when we go to 3, the limitations and assumptions, a desktop-based exercise, significant gaps existing in the information available. The last bullet point, we have not validated or commented on the quality of the documentation supplied to us. And then over the page, the assumptions includes at the bottom, assertions made by Post Office Limited and Fujitsu staff have been accepted as accurate without corroboration or verification. So, taking that together, is this a fair summary of the Deloitte work? They reviewed documents on how Horizon worked and assumed they were accurate.
Yes.
Yes. They hadn't tested whether the processes described within the documents had been implemented.
Yes.
And where there were gaps in documents, they may have spoken to Fujitsu and Post Office staff, and where they have spoken to Post Office and Fujitsu staff, they would have accepted what they said as accurate without corroboration or verification.
Yes.
That didn't really meet the form of objective, independent review that Linklaters were suggesting. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
And did you acknowledge that at the time?
So at the time, I felt that this was a unsatisfactory piece of work in that there were lots of limitations. It wasn't a particularly easy or clear read. It was giving us some assurance, but there was a lot of areas that still needed to be followed up.
Pausing there, when you say it's giving you some assurance, this was doing no more than pulling together and summarising other sources of documentation and pre-existing assurance work. Would you agree with that?
It was desktop exercise using existing documentation. But we knew that's what part one was going to be. So what they were not going to do was to go through and look at all the code in Horizon. So it's really all that they could do.
So this hasn't really given any new or independent assurance to the position before the Linklaters advice. Would you agree with that?
No.
Well,
No,
how
I
is it
wouldn't.
given, if it's a desktop report that is looking at other assurance documentation, how does that give you...
Because I hadn't seen all the other assurance documentation. So there were definitely things in this report which had not previously been brought to my attention. So I learnt things in reading this. So I accept that the business may have had all of that information, but I'm not sure that it had been pulled together in a way. So if you go back to what Linklaters were saying, document the... Linklaters were suggesting that we had somebody actually go through the design of Horizon and its use. So inevitably, that is going to be using existing documentation.
So is this coming back to the original point I put to you earlier, that what was being sought here was a document that collated existing assurance to use in the mediation scheme, rather than a true independent investigation itself?
I don't think this was to use in the mediation scheme. I think this was to actually understand for ourselves the integrity of New Horizon Online.
If we go please to page 7. Or just some of matter 3, baskets of transactions recorded to the audit store are complete and digitally sealed to protect their integrity and make it evident if they have been tampered with. And then just scrolling further down, it says, we have not identified any documented controls designed to prevent a person with authorised privilege access from deleting a digital sealed group of data and replacing it with a fake group within the audit store. I think this is what you were referring to earlier as something that you recall being concerned by. Is that right?
Yes.
If we turn the page, please, to look at matter 5. Matter 5 is Horizon provides visibility to sub-postmasters of all centrally generated transactions processed to their branch ledgers, and we see 3 balancing transactions. Do you remember if that caused you any concern at the time?
I honestly cannot remember if I, at the time, was concerned by that. I do remember concern about the document. I remember concerns that the email was too positive, and I remember the matter 3. I may well also have been concerned about that, but I honestly cannot remember.
Well, looking at it, what it says is, firstly, Fujitsu can create transactions in branch ledgers, yes?
Yes.
And Post Office said that that was visible to sub-postmasters.
Yes.
But, of course, Deloitte hadn't been able to test that, just assumed it was true. Fujitsu claimed it had only been used once, that hadn't been tested, and there was no knowledge of its use before 2008. You know, we saw in the minutes of the board on the 30th of April that remote access, or phantom transactions, as you referred to it then, was a core issue. Surely this would have set off alarm bells for you.
I think that, so even when I read through this, I'm still of the impression that a change is visible. So if a change is made, that if I then follow the flow of information, either through the central database or through the audit store, that is a visible transaction. The one issue that I think did worry me is the matter 3, where it said, I haven't seen any documented controls about this, and if, then there's a risk. So I absolutely would say, okay, so are there documented controls that you just haven't found? Are there people who have all that relevant access? So questions that needed to be answered. But if they're answered, then I'm still of the understanding that it is visible. This doesn't say, and actually previously Gareth James said, all transaction corrections are visible, which is why he thinks it will be quite easy to actually do the validation. That was in the board meeting. So the fact that it is visible, I think, reassured me.
Can I just, when you, I can't see the transcript. When you said what Gareth James said to you about transactions being visible, what words did you use? Transaction, and then what was the one that followed?
So, Chris Ojard, I think it's in the minutes of the board meeting.
To clarify your evidence on what you said Gareth James said about transactions.
So Gareth James, it is recorded in the minutes that Gareth James said to Chris Ojard, who reported it to the board, that because transaction corrections are visible, it would be easy for him to do his work.
So at the time, did you have in your mind the difference between transaction corrections and what I just took you to in matter 5, which was a balancing transaction? Do you understand the difference between them?
At the time, I don't think that I was probably sufficiently aware of the difference between them. But I still had a underlying belief that any change would be visible.
So, based on this desktop report, I think, did you accept that it left a lot of questions unanswered?
Yes.
Why was this report not discussed at the board?
So, the board meeting, well, it was never due to be discussed at the board.
Sorry, explain why that was, because...
So let me answer your question. So it wasn't ever due to be discussed at the board. It was due to be discussed at the Sparrow subcommittee meeting. And actually, that's the right place for it. This is a very detailed piece of work. The Sparrow subcommittee had commissioned it. They'd done the terms of reference for it. They had been involved in it on the 9th of April and 30th of April meeting. And we, the board, had been told late May that it was going to be considered at the Sparrow subcommittee meeting. And when the email came out from Chris on the 4th, it also said it would be considered at the Sparrow subcommittee meeting. It wasn't due to be considered at the board. It would be a pointless thing to set up a Sparrow subcommittee, get them to be spending lots of time understanding it, and then for the document to be considered at the board. Well, the Sparrow subcommittee is the right place for it to be considered.
Pausing there, the board had brought Gareth James in for an interim presentation on where Deloitte was, correct? Yes?
Yes.
So the board at that point obviously thought that it was sufficiently serious or important to go over with Mr. James his report findings to date, correct?
Yes.
The subcommittee, as you say, can consider the report, but the fact the subcommittee considers it doesn't stop the board also considering it as well, does it?
But the subcommittee should consider it first,
okay,
in far more detail than the board would consider it.
But why, when we've discussed what your views were on the report, why was this never brought back to the board for a discussion of what's happening next? What are we doing with it?
So it should have been. I cannot tell you exactly why it wasn't. My view is that it should have been considered by the SSC in detail, and then a summary of that should have been articulated to the board. And I do not think that either of those things happened with hindsight.
Well, was it not brought back to the board because the board didn't want to delve into the unanswered questions and know the answers?
Absolutely not. The board, the NEDs, not once in all my time there did the NEDs not want to get to the truth. Not once did they avoid a difficult conversation or an uncomfortable truth. There is no benefit for a NED in doing that, and there was no behaviour that I saw from any of the NEDs that did that. So, absolutely not. I cannot explain to you why it was not considered at the SSC, and I cannot explain to you why it was not brought back to the board.
Because what again, just looking here, we've had a Magic Circle firm give written advice, a Magic Circle partner go to the board and talk on that advice, a decision made to commission some work. The work is commissioned by Deloitte. The Deloitte partner comes to the board and talks about it. This is then sent to the board, and then it appears from your evidence that it just dropped off everyone's radar. Why didn't you ask any questions of or follow up on this with even outside the board with Paula Venables?
So it was clear from both the SSC on the 31st of May and also from the email that came with the report on the 4th of June. Both of them were very clear that this would be considered by the next meeting of the Sparrow Subcommittee. I 100% think that is the right place for it. The Sparrow Subcommittee has got the chairman of the Audit Committee, the shareholder representative, the CEO and the General Counsel. So you have the 5 perfect people to do that. Two of those are accountants, you've got legal skills, you've got better IT skills than the rest of the board. So the Sparrow Subcommittee have got the expertise and the time to review, ideally not just the board summary, but the full Deloitte report.
Could we...
So that
stopping
is...
you there, stopping you there, Mr. McCausland, the obligation, I'm calling it obligation because you said that it should have been considered subsequent to that Sparrow Subcommittee meeting. Who bore the obligation to ensure that it was discussed? Tell me how it would work in practice. Who should have, in effect, insisted on a discussion by the subcommittee?
So the agenda for the subcommittee, I think, would have been created by Alice with help from Alwyn, who,
right,
as company secretary, would determine all agenda. There are action points from the previous subcommittees saying that the report would be considered at the next meeting of the Sparrow Subcommittee. So that's how it should have been on the agenda for the next meeting of the Sparrow Subcommittee.
So there was a failure. I'll summarize it, then you then say whether you agree. As I see it, there's a failure in process in ensuring that it's not on the agenda for the next meeting. But then there's a collective failure of the 5 people who form that subcommittee, nonetheless, to ensure that they discuss it. Is that fair?
That is fair.
Fine.
Thank you. So that actually was my next set of questions. So it's probably a good
I'm very sorry, Mr. Stevens. I just thought that I wanted it clear while it was in my head.
Yes, no, I'm always glad when you ask questions before me. So on that basis, it's probably a good time for the break because I'm going to move on to a different topic.
Fine. All right. What time shall we resume?
25 past, please, sir.
Fine.
Thank you. Sir, can you see and hear us?
Yes, thank you.
I'm going to go on to a different topic, Mr. McCausland. Now, I'm going to ask now about both the Clark advice and the review of disclosure to sub-postmasters who had been convicted. I'm later going to ask you about the oversight of prosecutions and ongoing prosecutions. At the minute, I'm just limiting to convictions themselves.
Okay.
Could we please bring up poll 30-99026? And it's an email from Paula Venables to you on the 6th of July 2013. So we're back in the chronology after the board meeting where the upcoming second site report was discussed, which we went to earlier, but before the report had actually been received. And I don't need to go through all the summary, if we can turn the page, please, and go to the bottom of page 2. It says one of the main reputational and potentially financial risks arising from the review relates to possible attempts to reopen past prosecutions based on the findings. James Arbuthnot was certainly focused on this. We had a stronger exchange on this point. It is not clear that any new evidence has emerged. If it does, then, as I pointed out to James, legal routes to appeal already exist. Susan and the legal team are working with our external lawyers to consider whether there are any implications arising from the report for past cases, and we can provide a further update on this work next week. Do you remember when the issue of past prosecutions, as to use Ms. Vendel's words, being reopened? Do you remember when that was first drawn to your attention?
At this stage.
And what did you make of that?
Interested to know more. I mean, to be honest, at that stage, I knew very little about prosecutions. Didn't know much about civil versus criminal. Didn't really understand that we did our own prosecutions, and didn't really understand what it was in the second site review which would lead to past prosecutions being reopened, and therefore read it and went, interesting, keen to know more.
That can come down, thank you. We're going to turn in a moment to the board meeting on the 16th of July 2013, at which you were not present. You received the interim report on the 8th of July and read it at some point before that board meeting.
Yes.
Do you recall having a discussion with either a non-exec or a member of the executive about this issue of past prosecutions following receipt of that email, but before the 16th of July board meeting?
I don't think that would have prompted it. When there was a paper which came out on the 12th of July from Susan, which did talk about wrongful prosecutions, and I would have had a conversation with Alice about the board meeting. So I will have read the board papers cover to cover, and I will have had a conversation with Alice about anything which I wanted to bring up at the board meeting. I honestly cannot remember if wrongful prosecutions were there, but I would guess that they were.
Was this to that point in your career, a unique moment dealing with past prosecutions?
Absolutely, yes.
But you can't assist us at all with what you might have discussed with Alice Perkins?
I cannot. When I read the minutes of the board meeting and when I spoke to... I remember reading... with hindsight, just to be clear, when I read the minutes of the board meeting, which I was not at, I was not surprised by the questions and the discussion about wrongful prosecutions and was anybody implicated. So I would not be at all surprised if I know I would have had a conversation with Alice, and I would not have been surprised if in that conversation I would have been worried about the concept of wrongful prosecutions, because it absolutely would have been unique. I've never been involved in anything like that before, so I will have gone, woof. And the concept of who is responsible and is there responsibility on the board, absolutely that would have been a concern for me.
I would have turned to the minutes in a moment. The inquiry has heard evidence about that meeting and that Susan Crichton was intended to speak to a paper that she produced. I think you referred to it already, the 12th of July paper, but was kept out of the meeting, sat on the other side of the door by Alice Perkins, and it was Paul Reynolds who spoke to the paper. Were you told about that after the meeting by any of the non-executive directors?
I cannot remember, but I would guess that Alice would have briefed me about the pre-board meeting that took place with the non-execs, and about the fact that Susan didn't come into the meeting. So I would guess that Alice did talk to me about that, because we would have had a thorough pre and post brief, but I honestly cannot remember the content of that conversation.
So you can't assist us with the reasons for why, at the time, Alice Perkins made that decision to keep Susan Crichton out of the room?
I'm afraid that I can't, no.
Do you consider that decision to be, from your experience of how these meetings were run, do you consider that to be an unusual decision to keep Susan Crichton out of the meeting?
Yes, I do. It absolutely would be usual and normal for the people who were on the agenda to turn up. I cannot remember another instance where, no, maybe I can, but if something really overran, sometimes an agenda item would slip to the next board meeting. But it would be very rare for that to happen.
Did you speak to Susan Crichton about the decision to have her excluded from the meeting?
I did not.
Could we look, please, at the minutes? It's poll 30275514. We see it's the 16th of July 2013. Your noted there as apologies for absence. If we go over the page, please. Sorry, if we could go... oh, no. Apologies. Can we go to page 6, please? So the CEO explained that although the second site report had been challenging, it had highlighted some positive things as well as improvement opportunities. Then at B, it says the board were concerned that the review opened the business up to claims of wrongful prosecution, and the board asked if Susan Crichton, as General Counsel, was in any way implicated. An explanation is given there. Either before the meeting or shortly after it, were you given any information about the number of wrongful prosecutions that the legal team thought they may or may not have been? I'll rephrase the question.
Yeah.
Did anyone explain to you the extent of the risk, or in terms of the numbers that they were fearing there may be wrongful prosecutions for?
Yes. So I can't remember if it was in which piece of paper, but around that time, I was informed by Susan that, in her view, or in the view of the external lawyers assisting her, it would be maybe 5% of the 100, 5% of cases. So in 5% of cases, I think was the figure that was used.
What was your view of that risk? How serious did you think it was?
Yeah, I mean, so it doesn't matter how many, what percentage. I mean, if there's one, then that's serious. So I would have been worried about wrongful prosecution.
So was this an issue, an important issue that the board needed to grapple and maintain oversight of?
Yes.
And just to be clear, because at various points in the chronology we see subcommittees being made, there was no subcommittee created to look at the past prosecutions, was there?
No.
Was this considered to be a matter for the full board itself?
Yes. At this stage, there was no Sparrow subcommittee.
If we look down, just to cover one point before carrying on with this theme, it says C, the board expressed strong views that the business had not managed the second site review well and stressed the need for better management and cost control going forward. Is that something you'd discussed with Alice Perkins before the meeting?
I'm not sure if I did specifically, but I shared that view that the second site review had taken too long, was taking too long, and the way in which the second site review had been sprung upon the board, partly with Paula talking about it in the margins of another meeting on the 1st, and then a very short period of time before it was launched. And it just felt like it hadn't been a well-managed process. It felt like we, Post Office, were disconnected from what Second Sight were doing.
That can come down, thank you. The day before this meeting, we now know that the Clark advice had been prepared, the 15th of July, the 2013 Clark advice. You've read that with the part of the documents that were provided to you by the inquiry, haven't you?
I have.
You say at paragraph 110 of your statement that you were unaware of the existence and or contents of Simon Clark's advice of 15th July 2013 prior to receiving it as part of the disclosure pack provided by the inquiry in relation to my Rule 9 request. And elsewhere in your statement, paragraph 199, you say, I do not believe that I was told that the reason that we could no longer use Gareth Jenkins was because he had been discredited.
Yes, correct on both counts.
Can we look at your statement, please, at page 68, paragraph 181. So I've taken you here before, it's referring to the sources of assurance or reassurance for the Horizon IT system. If we could turn over the page, please. Continue a bit further down, please. Thank you. So on the screen, the third bullet point down says, by Fujitsu and their expert witness who would regularly give evidence in court under oath about Horizon's reliability, which resulted in convictions. Presumably there you're referring to Gareth Jenkins.
Yes, I did not know Gareth Jenkins' name for much of the time, but yes, I was aware that Fujitsu put up an expert witness who would defend the system.
When did you become aware of that?
I think probably around this time.
When you say this time, sorry?
Summer of 13.
Summer of 13. So the interim report comes out on the 8th of July. There's the 16th of July board meeting, and you think at some point in between there you have a conversation with Alice Perkins. Do you think it's around then or later?
I don't think it will have been with the conversation with Alice Perkins, but it was around that time that I learnt that we could no longer use the expert witness who we had. I'm not sure that I was aware that his name was Gareth Jenkins, but I was told that, and it wasn't specifically told, I mean, it was in a document that we needed a new expert witness.
Okay. We may come to a document like that in a second, but let me clarify this. You say it was in a document. Did anyone discuss with you the use of expert evidence orally?
No, not that I can recall.
That document can come down, thank you. Following the 16th of July 2013 board meeting and this discussion of a review of past prosecutions, I'm using a very loose term there on purpose, what were you told about the nature of that review or look back at past prosecutions?
Sorry, so just to clarify, are you talking about the SIFT review?
I want to know, from the 16th of July onwards,
Yeah.
when you were told about a review of past prosecutions, what you were told that review would entail.
So around the, I think it was mentioned in the 12th of July letter, and then it was mentioned in subsequent letters, in subsequent minutes, that Susan Crichton had commissioned an external firm, which I think she specified as Cartwright King, to do a review of past prosecutions and to ascertain what needed to be disclosed to those past, to understand if we needed to disclose the second sight review to those past prosecutions. At a subsequent time, Brian Altman also then got added into that as an independent review of Cartwright King.
Could we look, please, at poll 20145-891? And could we turn to page 3, please? Right at the bottom. Could we go further down, please? So if we scroll up, please. Scroll up, please. Thank you. That, and scroll up just as, yeah, thank you. That's it. Sorry, disorientated myself. It's an email from Alistair Marnock to Alwyn Lyons on the 27th of July 2013. We see you're copied in. If you go down, please. So for the benefit of other board members, I had a very good review with Susan and Alwyn earlier this week, focused mainly on the history and immediate actions we are taking to dealing with the urgent case review. And then it says, in our discussion with Susan, Alwyn explained why the case review was only going back to 2010 and the significance of a horizon upgrade, full reconciliations across every site. Could Alwyn please elaborate on this point, as a critical issue will be determining how far back we need to go? Do you recall any discussion on, firstly, on the choice of start date for the review?
I do not know. It is the choice of start date is referred to in several emails, and I'm conscious that Alistair had been asked by Alice to do this. I think that's in a previous minute. So Alistair is having a conversation, and Alistair is talking to Susan and Alwyn about the choice of start date, but I don't remember being involved in any of those conversations myself. I was aware of it.
Did you, outside of this email, did you discuss with either Alistair, Susan Crichton or Alwyn Lyons any of the issues raised in that email?
I don't believe that I did. I certainly had a conversation with Alice regarding these issues, but I cannot remember having a conversation with Alistair, Alwyn or Susan.
When was the conversation with Alice?
It will have been when I was back from France. I cannot tell you the date. I mean, I'm guessing sometime after the 16th of July.
Do you recall what was discussed in that conversation with Alice Perkins?
Really a summary of what happened at the board meeting and at the breakfast meeting. Again, I cannot recall the content of it, but it will have been going through the board meeting and her take on the various discussions in it. So it won't have been very different from the minutes.
If we can go up the page, please. We see there's an email from Martin Edwards with a different note. If you can carry on going up, please. There's an email from Alice Perkins there, which we will probably come back to later on. If you can carry on going up. Susan Crichton emails you on the 7th of August 2013. Says, Neil, please let me know if you would like to discuss this issue or want an update, and I will put some time in the diary when you are next in the building. Your reply is, thanks very much, Susan. I think I'm up to date and understand the issues, so probably no need for a special update. Why did you feel at this point it was not important to talk to Susan Crichton about the criminal case review?
Because I believed that I was up to date. I would have had a conversation with Alice. So Susan isn't saying, Neil, I've got some really important information I need to share with you. Susan's saying, please let me know if you would like to discuss this issue or want an update. So I didn't want an update. I was up to date. Now, clearly, with hindsight, I would have loved to know that Gareth Jenkins had been discredited, that we had the Helen Rose Lepton report, that the Clark advice had come out, which had put a fundamentally different spin on things. But that wasn't what she was saying. She was saying, do I want an update and would I like to discuss? I believed I was up to date, and I was very happy to wait until the next board meeting or the next time that she was going to update the board.
And just so we're clear at this point, so your email is on the 13th of August. We've discussed the sources of your information as being, firstly, the 12th of July paper from Susan Crichton.
Yes.
One or two conversations with Alice Perkins.
Yes.
The email below from Alistair Marnock.
Yes.
There's a paper which was in your pack and Martin Edwards refers to that paper.
Yes.
Were there any other sources of information you had at that point on the status of the review?
Not that I can recall.
That can come down, but could we go please to Poll 3030900? This is a meeting of the Audit, Risk and Compliance Subcommittee to be held on 11th February 2014, and we see these are the papers for that. It says agenda in the top left, and if we turn to the second page, please, we see it's a prosecution policy paper. We don't need to go there, but take it from me, it was signed off by Chris Oyard. Could you turn to page 4, please? Paragraph 4.5 says it should be noted that although Post Office is still currently able to bring cases where the evidence concerned is extracted from the Horizon system, there is a strong risk that in such cases a defence will be mounted to the effect that the Horizon system cannot be relied upon. We have been advised that in these cases there is a strong likelihood that such a defence will be successful, at least until such time as a new independent expert is identified and has familiarised himself with the system. This is likely to take around 12 weeks and cost up to £200,000. Was that the document you were referring to earlier, where you said that you learnt that the expert couldn't be used in future, or did you learn at an earlier point?
I think I had learnt it at an earlier point. I can't quite remember, but I think that I knew it already by that stage.
This is saying, admittedly it's in the context of whether prosecutions are pursued full stop, but it's saying at the moment there can't be we need to find a new independent expert, and that may cost up to £200,000. Did you ask in February 2014 or before why you couldn't use the expert who had provided evidence in past prosecutions?
So at that time I did not ask, but my memory is that I had been told previously that the old Fujitsu expert had moved on,
Okay,
and therefore couldn't be used.
Sorry, just so this is important, please. Who told you that?
I cannot remember. I'm guessing. I cannot remember. But my mind has it that somebody told me that the old Fujitsu expert had moved on, but told me in such a way that I didn't particularly think, oh my God, he's been discredited. I thought he's retired, resigned, gone to work somewhere else. We needed to find someone new.
So your evidence is it was more of a practical matter. The old expert's gone. We need to find someone else.
Yes. There's certainly absolutely no hint that the expert had been discredited. So that was 100% not known by me or the Neds.
It's quite a significant point. Can you assist even with when it's likely that was said? Was this at February 2014 or summer of 2013? Or in between, I should say.
I'm pretty sure that I didn't know it when the second site interim report came out in the summer of 13, and I'm pretty sure that I did know it when this paper was reviewed by the ARC. As to when it was between summer and February 14, it's somewhere in that period, but I honestly cannot tell you when it was. Very happy to.
As we'll turn to, we'll come to this later on in your evidence, there was a discussion on the future prosecutorial role of Post Office in November 2013.
Yes.
Could it have been around then?
Yes, absolutely. Yes, I mean that was the precursor for this conversation. So the first meeting, the ARC in November, deliberately didn't make a decision. We needed more information, which came to this meeting of the ARC. So I would have been very surprised if I didn't know about it in the November 13 ARC meeting, because it would have been very relevant to that. But I have a feeling I didn't learn about it in the ARC. I have a feeling I learnt about it in some different way.
So you don't think it alerted in the ARC, Audit Risk and Compliance meeting, you think it was probably before November 2000, at or before November 2013. What other way do you think you may have been told of that information?
Either through Susan or Paula or Leslie, probably at a board meeting. That's probably that's the most likely way.
You say, we don't need to bring it up, page 71, paragraph 186 of your statement. It has subsequently become clear that I was not provided with or made aware of Simon Clarke's appointment or the reports he provided. That is wholly unacceptable. However, I do not regard this as a lack of oversight on my part. I cannot have oversight of matters of which I have no knowledge. Can you assist us with what you would have done if you read the report when you were Senior Independent Director?
So if I go back to the interim second sight report, I was, as I've said before, pleased that we seemed to be finding some reasons for the unexplained losses. And that gave us something to do, frankly. So we got into the working party, the mediation scheme, the business support program. We then reviewed past prosecutions, but we reviewed them in the context of, is there something in the second sight report which should be disclosed to those past prosecutions? Had at that time I'd been told Gareth Jenkins is discredited as a witness and has been giving false evidence, the Helen Rose report and the Simon Clarke really very clear report basically saying a serious risk of wrongful prosecutions, then I think we would have approached the subsequent period very differently. So we went into that subsequent period thinking that there was that we needed to disclose information to a small number of past prosecutions, and we were disclosing the second sight evidence. Yeah, that was my understanding. That was what we were told. So the reason for reviewing the past prosecutions was the second sight report. The real reason, as I understand it now, is that we had been using a tainted witness, and we had a serious risk of wrongful prosecutions. And therefore, the Simon Clarke advice, coupled with the Gareth Jenkins information, clearly they're linked, I think would have absolutely made us take a very different tack.
In terms of what actually happened, what recollection do you have of how the board oversaw the review and conducted oversight of it from August onwards?
So we were clearly concerned, as the minutes from the July board meeting show. We were concerned about wrongful prosecution, and we were concerned about that in a number of different ways. We were concerned, clearly, the very fact that we're doing wrongful prosecution and the impact on those individuals. We were concerned from a company's point of view because that exposed us to financial risk, reputational risk, legal risk. We were concerned from an individual point of view, who was doing that. So we were concerned about a lot of different aspects, and therefore we wanted more than just Susan, because Susan might be implicated, and therefore we wanted a legal firm to do that. And we also then wanted somebody else, which is where Brian Altman came in, to review the fact that we were reviewing it. So effectively, we were trying to get 2 layers of assurance.
Were you aware
General Counsel, Cartwright King.
Were you aware that Cartwright King had been involved in conducting prosecutions for Post Office at the time when they were instructed?
No. Wasn't. It wasn't. I was not aware of that. That link hadn't been made. I mean, I don't know if I had ever previously seen a piece of paper that said Cartwright King were doing criminal prosecutions, but I certainly didn't put those 2 things together.
In your statement, you refer to the advices of Brian Altman, KC. Were you provided with any of those notes of advice?
Sadly not. Again, with hindsight, I understand that Brian Altman also referred to other things that weren't brought to our attention. We were basically given a very anodyne positive report to say that Brian Altman said that our approach was sound, which again, with hindsight, is not correct.
Without hindsight now, that's what I want to look at. Do you think the board, when presented with such a serious issue, should have requested to see the notes of advice of Brian Altman, of which it was aware?
So with hindsight, I wish we had. At the time, if I have the general counsel of the company saying something to me, backed up by an external law firm, backed up by AKC, frankly, I'm not expecting the general counsel to be lying or misleading me.
So I'm going to go into a different topic, so it's probably a good time to stop there for lunch. I don't have much more to go. There's a few questions from core participants, but I don't think it would merit working through lunch at this stage.
Oh, that's fine, Mr. Stevens. Mr. McCausland, I want you now just to answer this question from your general experience as a non-executive director, and therefore what you would expect to happen as a non-executive director of a company like the Post Office. Can you think of any good reason why the substance of Mr. Clark's advice, even if not the actual advice itself, would not have been discussed at board level?
I cannot think of any good reason, sir. I think under any circumstance of any board that I have served on, I would have expected that information to have come to the board and to be rigorously and in a very untainted way laid out in front of the board. If I'm honest, sir, I think the bit about Susan being left outside on a chair is a bit of a red herring. It's clumsy. It shouldn't have happened, but it is Susan's job as General Counsel to inform the board of hugely relevant pieces of information, which, as I've said, I fundamentally believe would have changed the way that we operate. And for those pieces of information not to have been disclosed, and it's not a case of doing it on a phone call. I mean, it's a very important piece of paper which should either have been in her board report or sent around with as a note or sent around on a phone call. We arranged board meetings and board information very regularly. And for those pieces of information not to have been shared, I think it's wrong. And subsequently, I don't think those pieces of paper, that information was shared at all. So I don't think it went to the CCRC. I think it was airbrushed from history very consistently, which I have absolutely no reason why that would be the case, which is acceptable.
All right, thank you. 2:05, okay, Mr. Stevens?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Fine.
Good afternoon, sir. Can you see and hear us?
Yes, thank you very much.
Thank you. I will continue. Mr. McCausland, I've got a few more discrete, smaller topics to cover this afternoon, and I want to start with the resignation of Susan Crichton. We don't need to turn it up, but in your witness statement at paragraph 146, you say you aren't aware of the reasons as to why Susan Crichton resigned, correct?
Correct.
The inquiry sent you, or gave you this morning, 2 documents. So you didn't have those at the time you made your witness statement. I want to look at them now and explore them with you. Please, can we bring up poll 2038168. It's an email from Paula Venables on the 2nd of September 2013 to you. It says, Neil, I've tried to help our discussion tomorrow, brackets today, by providing a background brief. This is a private note and views in it may change as more information comes to light. I'd be grateful if you treat it as such. Thank you for being available at such short notice. So my reading of that is there's a note being sent to you for discussion in the future. Is that your understanding?
That is.
The subject says, our meeting P&C. What do you know what that means?
Private and confidential, I guess.
Do you recall this? I will come to the note in a moment, but do you recall receiving this and the discussion which we're about to turn to?
I didn't have any recollection of it before you showed it to me this morning. Now that you've showed it to me, I do have a vague recollection of it, yes.
Well, before we turn to that document can come down for the time being. Before we turn to the note, can you recall what Paula Venables told you was the reason she wanted to speak before that email was sent?
My memory, which is not perfect at this stage, but my memory is that she was coming to me in my position as SID because the chair, Alice, and the general counsel, Susan, were having an issue, and Paula probably felt caught in the middle, and Paula was talking to me, which is appropriate in the case where there is some issue with the chair, and wanted my advice, wanted my guidance, my opinion, my counsel. So I think that Paula is trying to draw me into the issue regarding Susan and Alice and the chain of emails which follows.
Let's have a look at the note that was attached, please. It's poll 2038169. See, it says file notes SC/PV, Susan Crichton and Paula Venables, Friday 30/9. It's been established that should be the 30th of August rather than the 30th of September. I'm not going to read all through this, but could we please turn to page 3 first? It says, Neil, this is the end of the brief for our discussion. There are more notes below as context if you have time, but not imperative. So that's just to coordinate where we are in the notes. So if you go back up, please. Thank you. If you could go further up, please, to page 1. Thank you. If you go a bit further up, sorry. No, sorry. If you further down, please. No, so, if you could go to page 1, please. I think we. Thank you. And then down slightly, please. Thank you. That's it. Thank you. So there's a note here of the conversation. In the paragraph that says she again raised that Alice had made mistakes, it goes on to say, and I said that whilst I would be asking Alice about a couple of challenges Susan raised, brackets, Alice believing Donald and Biz at the Department for Business, Innovation and Skills believing comments about a PO cover-up. Do you remember discussing that aspect of the note with Paula Venables?
I saw that this morning and was interested in it, but I do not have any recollection of that at the time.
If we go back to page 3, please. Got the reflection section. Now, just up slightly again, please. Thank you. It says, as we said here before, Neil, there are more notes below as context if you have time, but not imperative. Would you have read the remainder of the document?
Yes.
Yeah. Could we... There we are. It's the third paragraph down. It says, Susan had said to me prior to my leave that she would never have put a business she worked for in the situation we found ourselves with the second site interim report, and she wished she had never allowed Alice to persuade her to do the independent review. Can you recall discussing that aspect with Paula Venables?
So this is fresh in my mind from this morning, and my mind hasn't had a long time to think about it. So I really cannot remember the conversation that I had with Paula more than 10 years ago. I'm sorry, I can't flesh that out. I'm sure I would have read the note. I'm sure I spoke to her about everything in the note. But I cannot remember the details of that conversation, I'm afraid.
So if I asked you any more questions on this, you wouldn't be able to assist us with what was said in the at the conversation?
I will not be able to remember the actual conversation. I'm happy to reflect on what I think I would have said, but as to what I actually did say, I would struggle.
Do you have any recollection at all about how the conversation went? If it's not precisely words that were used, but the overall tenor of the conversation?
Yes. So, or do I? I'm not quite sure if it's an actual recollection or if it's what I'm imagining. I would have said, but I think that my reaction to Paula would have been that Susan is being over emotional about it. She should have resigned over the second site review. Nonsense. We were right to do the second site review. There's nothing wrong with doing the second site interim report. That's no reason at all to resign. That's daft. And being left in the corridor outside the board meeting, yes, it's clumsy, but it's not a resigning matter. The post office was in a real mess. We were doing all sorts of things. There were lots of other members of the executive who would come into the board meeting and frankly get a hard time. So Kevin would come in and be talked about the network. Martin, Nick. It was a robust environment. So for somebody to be upset about being left in a corridor, get over it. It's not a resigning issue. So I think I would have been relatively robust with Paula that this is Susan's job. Just tell her to get on with her job and not be so sensitive. That's probably what I would have said. That's my vague recollection, but I honestly cannot remember the specifics of that conversation.
Can we look at an email sent around that time? It's Pol 201462444. So the email I took you to earlier was on the 2nd of September 2013 in the evening. This is an email from Paula Venables to you on the 3rd of September in the morning. Neil, sorry to bombard you with emails, but this is useful. Ideally, you should read this after my briefing note. I think I think indicates a way through. So this is also dealing with what you were discussing at that conversation. And if we look down, please, it's Hugh Flemington sort of sets it out and says, please see comments below from both Simon Richardson and Andy Parsons regarding risks of LL review. That's the lessons learned review, isn't it?
Yes.
And just for context, the lessons learned review is the review the board asked to be carried out into how the second site review had been handled within the business.
Yes.
And as we see, we have an email there from Simon Richardson. And if we turn, please, to page 2 at the bottom. Got one from Andrew Parsons, also of Bond Dickinson. Would you have read these emails?
Yes.
Do you recall speaking about them with Paula Reynolds?
Vaguely.
What is your vague recollection?
So Alice had asked for a lessons learned review after the board meeting on the 16th, where the whole board were dissatisfied with the progress. Initially, that had was due to be done by Alistair as chairman of ARC. That had then migrated, which I'm not sure I was aware of, but it migrated to Richard Hatfield. And this email that here is basically then Susan arguing, Susan getting lawyers' opinion to argue why we shouldn't be doing it. So at the time, I think I was frustrated, and I remember being frustrated by the whole of the lessons learned review, because actually I wanted to do a lessons learned review. I don't think that the business had handled it well, and therefore you should understand it and learn from it. And we were being steered away from this lessons learned review by lawyers telling us it was a bad thing and we would put ourselves at risk. And therefore I think that I would have accepted it, because it's quite strong legal advice saying from a business point of view we should not do that. But at the time I do remember being very frustrated by the lessons learned review. With hindsight, I see it very differently, and it feels like Susan is one of the reasons that she's so against it is because she's frightened that the lessons learned review is going to turn up some of the things that, frankly, should have come to the board and didn't.
Pausing there, we've seen a document by Belinda Crowe setting out lessons learned and how to deal with things like second site review going forward.
Yes.
In your evidence then, you said you accepted it. Were you referring to the legal advice here in these emails, that you accepted this legal advice?
Yes.
So we know that there was a lessons learned review that was actually commissioned and finished by Belinda Crowe. Did this legal advice here change the scope of that review?
Very, very much so, yes. So the original scope was going to be done by Alistair, understanding, talking to Susan. Then it went to Richard Hatfield, and then I think Susan, we all hoped it would become a big review, but clearly Susan didn't hope that. And then after this legal advice, the scope changed and got downsized very significantly into a fairly dull piece of work that then did come out from Belinda as the lessons learnt review.
If we turn to page 3, please. One of the points that's made by Mr. Parsons refers to disclosure of the review. We see something the inquiry sees a lot, a point on privilege. This review will not be legally privileged. But then it says, under criminal disclosure, should the review reveal any concerns about Horizon or branch accounting processes, then Post Office may be obliged, under criminal procedure rules, to proactively pass this information to sub-postmasters involved in criminal prosecutions, brackets both ongoing and historic. In particular, recommendations for change could be interpreted as highlighting historic problems that would need to be disclosed. Are you saying you accepted that legal advice?
So there is quite a lot of argument here, I think there are two documents there, aren't there? There's there are two different people.
Yes.
There's an email basically saying why we shouldn't do it, and then there's a report saying why we shouldn't do it. So I don't think that I would have gone into any of the individual lines in that much detail, but I would have read it and thought we're being told very clearly by two different external lawyers that it is a bad idea for the business to do this. And therefore, I am not a lawyer, I have no legal experience, and to go against my general counsel backed up by two external lawyers, I wouldn't. I would take their advice.
So is it fair to summarise it this way, that you, Alice Perkins, you and Alice Perkins wanted a larger review than in fact happened?
Yes.
Susan Crichton obtained this legal advice from Bond Dickinson. You felt that you needed to accept the advice from the lawyers, and that resulted in the lessons learned review being narrowed in scope.
Yes.
Thank you. That document can come down. At the time, did you have any concerns as to Susan Crichton's motives for seeking to narrow the scope of the lessons learned review?
No, I didn't. And frankly, even when Susan Crichton resigned, I didn't suspect that she had bad motives in doing that. As this inquiry has peeled away the layers, frankly, I have become appalled. But at the time, I had no feeling of that at all.
I want to move now to another topic. It's oversight of prosecutions and future prosecution policy. In your statement, we don't need to turn it up, but it's paragraph 55. You said that during the recruitment process, you had no knowledge whatsoever with regards to the investigation, prosecution of sub-postmasters for theft, fraud or false accounting. That was September 2011. We saw the board minute on 12th January 2012, which referred to prosecution. So you were aware in broad terms of the prosecutorial function by then?
Not really. So I was aware that prosecutions were happening. I wasn't aware that we were bringing the prosecutions.
If we just bring that note back up of the actually, no, we don't need to. So your evidence is January, you were aware that prosecutions were happening.
Yeah.
But just explain what you mean by not that we were bringing them.
So when the November 13 report came out for the ARC explaining the prosecutorial functions, which you took me to earlier this morning, that explained that Brian Altman had done a review and that he explained that Royal Mail Group and POL were virtually the only people to bring their own prosecutions. And if you go back to 11-12, I was aware that prosecutions were happening, but I assumed that they were happening through the CPS or the police. So the concept of a company itself bringing a prosecution, I just hadn't ever heard of that. I didn't know about it. I hadn't thought about it. So when I was reading about these prosecutions have happened, in any other world that I had lived in, there would be an internal investigation team who would understand the issue, but then present evidence to the CPS, and they would bring the prosecution. So that's how I originally assumed it happened.
Would you agree that if a company pursues prosecutions as Post Office did, that is an unusual type of operation for it to be involved with?
Absolutely.
Would you agree that I'm not here pointing to what you were or weren't aware of, but in terms of what the board should be doing, would you accept that the board should have oversight of how those prosecutions are conducted?
Yes.
Do you think you should have... So it sounds like we have a fire alarm.
May I have your attention, please? May I have your attention, please? Fire has been reported in the building.
Yeah, so with a fire alarm, we may have to break for a moment.
Please listen.
Yes, by all means. I'll remain nearby, so to speak, and you can let me know when we're ready to resume.
Yes, we won't remain nearby, sir, but we'll come back as soon as we can. Thank you.
Yeah.
May I have your attention, please? May I...
Good afternoon, sir. Can you see and hear us?
Yes, I can. Thank you.
Fortunately, it wasn't a serious fire alarm, so we're back and I'll continue. Mr. McCausland, just before the fire alarm, I asked you if the conduct of criminal prosecutions was an unusual type of operation for a company, and you agreed. I then said, without exploring your actual knowledge of Post Office's role in prosecuting, would you accept that the board should have oversight of how those prosecutions were conducted? And your answer was yes.
Yes.
You, just before that, in your evidence, said you weren't aware of Post Office's role as a prosecutor in January 2012. That came later. Who at Post Office, whose responsibility was it for informing directors like you of its role as a prosecutor?
I think the prime responsibility was probably with Susan Crichton as GC, who ran that area, or before her, I think Mike Young ran the area, and probably Paula as the second.
And what about the chair? Does the chair have any responsibility for the induction of non-executive directors?
Yes, if the chair knew.
And in terms of the systems of oversight, what I mean by that is what systems should be in place for overseeing, in this case, prosecutions. Who at the board was responsible for seeing that a system of oversight for prosecution was in place?
From an executive point of view, Paula had the prime responsibility for that, in that she ran the company.
Would it be a case of Paula Fennells had the responsibility of informing the board of the operation, namely prosecutions, and then the board would come to its own view of what was appropriate oversight of the executive in those circumstances?
Yes.
And I was going to ask you a series of questions about why the board did not oversee prosecutions until this interim report whilst you were there, but your answer to that will be you weren't aware of you personally weren't aware of the prosecutions. Is that fair?
I certainly wasn't aware that we did our own prosecutions. As I say, that it was just I'd never thought of that happening.
Were you aware that Post Office, and again this is in January 2012, were you aware that Post Office had its own investigation department?
Nobody had explicitly said that, but I had assumed that was the case, and by implicit, yes. So certainly other companies I had worked with would have had their own investigation team, and I had assumed that there was an investigation team in Post Office. I'm not sure that I ever knew who it was or where it was, but yes, I would have assumed it was there.
Do you recall whether the board conducted oversight of the conduct of the Post Office investigation team between you joining as a senior independent director and the interim report?
I cannot remember that we did, no.
Why do you think that was?
I think probably just because of the weight of other things which were going on, and it just past prosecutions were not that big a feature for us.
To pause it there, I'm talking about ongoing prosecutions at this point, so not things that have happened in the past, prosecutions that Post Office are currently pursuing or will pursue in future.
Okay, so prosecutions, not just past, prosecutions were not as big a focus for us as they should have been, or as with hindsight I would like them to be. Our focus was very much on trying to understand the integrity of Horizon. That was the thing that I was hearing from Alice, Laura Buthernutt was talking to us about. That's what Second Sight Review is about, is really trying to understand the integrity of Horizon. The conduct of prosecutions, past or present, wasn't as big a feature. And I don't think that we were aware that there was as big a problem as clearly that there was. So I think it was a lack of awareness coupled by the weight of other things which were on our plate: separation, costs, people, culture, revenue. Yeah, it was a very, very busy board, and Horizon absolutely bubbled up as the integrity of Horizon bubbled up as something that the board needed to spend time on. The prosecution function didn't bubble up in the same way.
Last question I have on this, and it may be, it's a very similar answer, but we've heard evidence, or the inquiry's heard evidence as part of separation, lawyer, or at least one lawyers from Royal Mail Group transferred into Post Office Limited, including a criminal lawyer called John L. Singh. And so there's effectively a transfer of the criminal part of the criminal law team into Post Office Limited as part of separation. When you were dealing with separation and separation issues, were you at all involved with looking at overseeing new parts of the business that had come into the Post Office, such as the criminal law team?
No, I did have some involvement in the separation issues, but they tended to be where there was conflict between Post Office and Royal Mail Group, and there were many such issues. But a normal transfer of people across, I did not have sight of.
I want to look then now briefly at the future prosecutions policy following the interim report. Can we look please at poll 3038678? So we see it's a minute of the Audit Risk Compliance Subcommittee held on the 19th of November. You're present, second on the line there. And further down we see both Paula Venables and Chris Oyard in attendance as well. If we turn please to page 3. And to the bottom of that page, Chris Ojar updated the committee on the approach to prosecutions brought by the Post Office, and as we're going to see, it introduces a paper on the prosecutorial role going forward. Was that the first time in your career that you'd been involved in decisions as to a future policy of prosecutions?
Yes.
Can we turn the page, please, to page 4? Paragraph C. Chris Ojar explained that one of the issues was the perception that sub-postmasters had of the Post Office bringing prosecutions of false accounting rather than theft, which was easier to establish. The committee asked whether the business would still be able to recover branch losses through the civil courts. Chris Ojar explained that this would still be open to the business, but it may be slower and not recover as much. Now, pausing there, to what extent at this stage were the committee seeing that prosecutions was a method of obtaining or recovering money from sub-postmasters?
So at this meeting, we were not being asked to make a decision at this meeting, and it was very much a questioning session. So particularly the 3 members of the ARC, Alistair, the chair, Tim and myself, were trying to understand how we did it. And so there were lots of questions. And certainly one of those questions was about recovery. One of them was about, the 2 main areas were about recovery and deterrence. But there were a lot of questions just about how does it work? What are the sums of money? And there weren't as many answers as we wanted, which was why we asked for a far more detailed piece of work, which subsequently came to the February ARC.
You mentioned deterrence, and as we see in the last line, it says the committee supported this, but was nervous about changing the approach to prosecutions, as in their view, this acted as a deterrent. Why was it thought necessary to have a deterrent in the form of Post Office pursuing its own prosecutions?
It wasn't. So it was felt necessary to have a deterrent, but not necessarily for Post Office to bring its own, i.e. perfectly happy for the CPS to bring prosecution, or for the Post Office to bring a prosecution, but to have no prosecutions, that was what was making the ARC nervous.
Do you have any recollection, we see it, sorry, I should say it D, it says the CEO thanked the committee for the helpful challenge, stressed that the business was not saying it would never bring prosecutions, but that it would be more circumspect in the cases it chose to take. You've mentioned before, minutes are obviously not the full record. Do you have any other recollection of what Paula Vennell said in respect of Post Office's prosecutorial role at this meeting?
I don't at this meeting. She subsequently sent around some emails between this meeting and the next meeting with some of her views. I guess that her views were the same, but I cannot remember her views at this meeting.
I'm not going to take you to the emails, they're a matter of record. I do want to come to one matter which involves a potential conflict of evidence. Can we look please at poll 3030900? We've been to this document already, and we'll see at page 2. It's the report by Chris Oyard. Could we turn, please, to page 3? And if we could just go down to options considered, please. So the options put forward are A, preserving the status quo, so retaining prosecutorial capability and continuing with the prosecution's policy. B, pursuing a prosecution's policy more focused on more egregious misconduct. And C, ceasing all prosecutorial activities. In your witness statement at paragraph 157, which is page 59, we don't need to bring that up. You say that my recollection is that myself, Alice Perkins and Susanna Story were largely in support of option 3, whereas the executive largely favour option 2. And that still accords with your recollection.
It is.
And why did you favour option 2? Sorry, option 3. Sorry.
So, in this meeting, I was trying to understand two things. First of all, the recovery, and secondly, the deterrent. And if we look at the recovery, so there was a chain of emails before this where I was questioning Chris on the amounts. And if I could ask you just to scroll up a little bit.
Yes.
to 3. Just there is fine. This document, I then emailed Chris to say, help me understand these figures a bit more. And it became apparent from this that in criminal prosecutions, forgive me if I get the number slightly wrong, criminal prosecutions, we had losses of 1.6 million and we recovered 740. However, it had cost us £500,000 to do so because we employed a small army of lawyers and each recovery cost about £7,500. So net, we were recovering 200,000 from 1.6. Whereas civil, we were recovering 1.9 and it was costing us about 100,000. So from a recovery point of view, we were actually much better using civil rather than criminal, which wasn't clear, and that wasn't evident from either of the papers, which was why I was trying to unpack that and understand it. And I was encouraging Chris to actually unpack civil, because all of his paper and all of the ARC policy was about criminal, and civil was dealt with very separately. So I'm saying, should we not be looking at civil as well? Because actually, from a recovery point of view, civil seems to be working much better than criminal. Separately, we were looking at a deterrent, and I think that everybody in the ARC felt that there should be some deterrent, i.e. we shouldn't just stop all prosecutions, but I don't remember any of the NEDs saying that we should be doing ourselves. All of the NEDs from memory, this is a long time ago, but all of the NEDs from memory thought that it was weird that POL was bringing its own prosecutions. And therefore, we were coming to this from an instinctive point of view to say, yes, we should continue to do prosecutions. Ideally, those are probably done by the CPS. And civil is actually better than criminal from a recovery point of view. Understand the two things are separate. However, there were strong arguments put by Paula that said, we're in transition here. We've got the business support program happening. We've got mediation scheme happening. CPS is overloaded, and our advice is that the CPS actually may not be able to do anything. And therefore, we should, whilst moving towards option C, let's do it gradually. Let's take a step towards option B, and then maybe we'll review it and go to option C. And because all prosecutions were paused, because we had paused all prosecutions, I thought that was okay. So my instinct, and I think the NED's instinct, was option C is better, because why do we need to have an army of criminal lawyers ourselves, do the investigation, and then hand it over to the CPS, as long as CPS would prosecute some, the worst. But as a stepping stone, happy with option B, because frankly it wasn't going to make much difference, because we weren't doing any prosecutions anyway.
That document can come down, thank you. Alice Perkins said in her evidence that she recalled you being in favour of option 2. I assume you take it that your position on that is she's mistaken.
Well, I ended up supporting option 2. So, I mean, I'm not sure when in the debate she was talking about. So my instinct, and I think I started off going option C is better, but I was okay with Paula's arguments, and therefore I did support option 2 as an interim step. I mean, and the paperwork is quite clear that it's a pro tem interim step.
As part of this conversation, this debate, did Chris Ojar say anything about the future costs of bringing prosecutions, namely the cost of a new expert?
So in the previous ARC, I think there was that reference that you took me to earlier that said that if we were to do a new...
This is in this paper. It's the February paper.
I don't recall that coming up in the February paper, but certainly from the November paper, and therefore in my mind, will have been that we need to have a new independent expert, and there will be a cost to get that person up to date.
Sorry, just we can bring it back up so you can see it.
Is that in that paper as well?
Yeah, it is.
Okay, sorry.
It is. Well, if you're happy to take it from me, it's mentioning £200,000
Yes.
for the likely cost.
Apologies, I thought that was in the November
No need
paper.
to apologise. But just with that clarified in your mind, in February 2014, do you recall discussing that issue on the cost of an expert witness with Chris Ojar?
No. I don't believe that was a factor in the conversation at all.
I want to look very briefly at the mediation scheme, please. Can we turn to poll 20145,891? So we went to this email earlier. It's the Susan Crichton and you email each other in August. But if we can go down, please, to Alice Perkins' email on the 31st of July. It says first, well, the point she makes is first, while it is clear that we are committed to using Second Sight for the 47 cases which are already in the frame for their review, it is extremely important that we cap their involvement at that. The moment they are involved in additional cases beyond these, we will have lost the ability to end the relationship with them, an outcome which I do not want to have to contemplate. Did you discuss that issue with Alice Perkins in July or August of 2013?
I cannot remember specifically discussing that aspect with her.
Were the board or the NEDs at this point looking for ways as a strategy to have Second Sight removed from or their involvement limited in the cases going forward?
I think the NEDs had and the board had different views on the involvement of Second Sight. Personally, I didn't believe that we could get rid of Second Sight. Actually, I didn't want to either. I think there was a shared concern about the resource of Second Sight. So Second Sight at this stage were going to work with the working party to do a detailed case review for each of the cases going into mediation. We didn't know how many that would be. And at the same time, they were going to continue their own report on the thematics that they'd started from the interim. So for two people, that was an unbelievable amount of work. They'd already taken a year, which was a lot longer than had been expected. And therefore, trying to limit the amount of work that Second Sight did absolutely was probably a shared objective. I think Alice probably felt more strongly that she would like the ability to end the relationship, as she says. I don't think that was a shared board view. And in fact, if you come to some of the later conversations in the summer of next year, again, it's clear that it wasn't. The board did not have one view on that. There were differences of opinion.
So with Alice Perkins, who is taking a stronger view to you on the use of Second Sight going forward. Do you recall any other board members who shared her view?
I don't. She was working more closely with Second Sight than any of the others at that stage. So when the Sparrow subcommittee came into existence, Richard and Alistair shared that work with her, and I think actually they probably came over more to her point of view. But I don't remember any of the others sharing her view.
Did you have any concern as to Alice Perkins losing her independence in respect of Second Sight by being involved more in the being more involved with them?
I didn't. Alice was, she had bags of integrity. So I never doubted her integrity or her honesty or her straightforwardness or her desire to do the right thing.
Could we look, please, at poll 20101325? If we look to the bottom of that page, please, we see an email from Mark Davis to a number of people on the board. You're in the distribution list, I think it's third line down. It's the 5th of September 2014, and it refers to a BBC North reporter who's clearly seen a copy of the reports, being the Part 2 report. And if we go to the next email up, another email from Mark Davis on the 9th of September. It says a report on the leak has been broadcast within the last few minutes on BBC Radio 4. And then your reply is shortly afterwards on the same day. As you run this through, I wonder if you could also see if there is any way that we could use this leak, brackets seriously damaging to our reputation, etc., to stop, alter the process that we are involved in. Pausing there, why was the leak seriously damaging to the Post Office reputation?
Because it was incorrect.
So you said the content of the second site report was incorrect?
No. So the leak. So what was reported was absolutely incorrect.
Right. So you're referring there to what's reported on Radio 4 rather than to the report itself?
Yeah, this isn't about the report. This is about the leak. So the leak was reported on Radio 4, and the report is inaccurate. It was just wrong. We took it up with the journalist, but it was damaging. So the fact that we had a incorrect leak, I was annoyed by. I didn't like that.
At that point, can you recall what you thought was incorrect about the report?
I cannot recall it. I'm sure it's in the documents. And it says it just at the bottom of the screen there.
Why did you want to stop, alter the process at that point?
Well, I think, and if you read the whole of it, it says it would be great to find a faster, better way out of Sparrow. So where are we now? September of 14. At this stage, my thinking had moved on, and if you go back a few months to June, I think it was, the Sparrow subcommittee had come to the board with a recommendation that actually we bring the mediation scheme in-house. And the board, and let's face it, there's only three of us, me, Virginia and Tim, who are not on the subcommittee, had rejected that and said, no, actually, we should continue with it. So we did continue with it. But by the time we got to the autumn, the mediation scheme was still incredibly slow. We'd had very, very few cases go through to mediation, very few cases mediated, and very, very, very few cases successfully mediated. So clearly it wasn't working. And I think everyone was saying that. It wasn't just us. So Sir Alan Bates was saying that, the MPs were saying that, JFSA was saying that, Anthony Hooper was saying that. So I'm trying to find a better, faster way out of Sparrow. So I'd already talked about a number of things. I had suggested and was trying to get second site put on piece rate rather than a day rate. We're incentivizing them to go slowly the way we were paying them, incentivizing them to get more people. They have more than 2 people at this stage, but 2 people against 20 is daft. Maybe paying more. I mean, let's look again at paying people more and try to settle, because clearly the amount that we were paying in mediation wasn't working. So we needed to find a faster, better way out of Sparrow. And the leak was, so if we could use the leak, which did annoy me. So the fact that there is a leak says that the process isn't working. If the process is working, you wouldn't get a leak. So can we use the leak to find a faster, better way out of Sparrow? That's what I was asking.
So at this point, you referred to June 2014, where you say there's a proposal brought forward to questioning whether ending the scheme. Obviously, June 2014 is when the board briefing for Deloitte is presented as well. At this point, was there any discussion for the potential faster or better way out to commission Deloitte to do part 2 of the work, or is that still on the back burner?
There wasn't any discussion about that. The discussion here was about the mediation scheme, really. So this conversation here and getting out of Sparrow, it's about mediation scheme. So we had a working party, lots of people working, individual case reports. We had a mediation scheme, CEDR, but it just didn't appear to me in September of 14 that the mediation scheme was effective. And therefore I was looking for a better or faster way to get out of the current way that we were doing things. Open to any ideas, kicking ideas around, but just doing what we were doing didn't seem like a sensible thing.
Can we look, please, at poll 20102370? So the email at the top there is from Alwyn Lyons on the 10th of March to you and others on the board, and it's effectively setting out what had happened that day from Jane McLeod and Mark Davis, and that was the day on which the working group was terminated. And you have emailed in response, "That feels very well handled. I'm sure it will ignite some more, but so far, so good." If we look down at the email itself, the update, we see the explanation of what happened, and then there has been a very low-key response, and over the page, setting out some of the response back to it, including from journalists and on Twitter. So we can go back to page 1, please. And further up, please. Thank you. When you say, "I'm sure it will ignite some more, but so far so good," are you there referring to what ignites some more? You're referring to press reaction?
Yes.
In your witness statement, we don't need to bring it up, but it's page 67, paragraph 178. You respond to a question on the use of the words "very well handled," and you say the closure of the working group was a sensitive issue and needed to be handled carefully and effectively so that the postmasters did not disengage from the mediation scheme. It was common for me to give praise to members of Post Office who had executed a task well, to say thank you and well done. Were you in fact here congratulating Jay McLeod and Mark because you thought they had done a good job of keeping pressure off Post Office to reverse the decision?
To reverse the decision that we had made to terminate the working party? Not at all. So most of the people involved in this, Sir Alan Bates, maybe not Sir Alan Bates, certainly JFSA, MPs, Lord Arbuthnot, were basically saying all cases should go to mediation. So for some months, we had been told, the Post Office had been told, all cases should go to mediation.
Opposing there, they weren't saying all cases should go to mediation and the working group as the independent oversight should be discharged, were they?
So the working group had if all cases went to mediation, there was no purpose for the working group. So we still funded Second Sight to do the independent report, which would go along with the case review. But the working group had ended up being a weird thing where Post Office were saying yes or no, JFSA were saying yes or no, Sir Anthony Hooper was sometimes making a casting vote, and people were arguing about should something go into the mediation scheme or not, which is just a waste of time and energy. So you're much better off just binning the working party and putting all cases into mediation. So, and I don't think, I don't know why anybody would want to reverse that decision, because actually we, the Post Office, had been asked to do that for some months beforehand by pretty much all the people involved.
It's right, isn't it, that the Post Office had also been asked to mediate cases in which there was a criminal conviction?
Yes.
And Post Office's decision was not to do so?
Yes.
And do you not think the working group had a role in overseeing those cases where there was a conviction that had entered into the mediation scheme?
I'm not sure that I see the link. So we, the Post Office, was under the impression that, and we were advised, that the mediation process is not appropriate for a criminal conviction, and only the Court of Appeal can actually overturn that. So whilst we would go through the collecting of evidence and the case review, putting it into a mediation scheme wasn't advised to be a sensible thing, because it needed to go back to the Court of Appeal in order to overturn a criminal conviction. And a mediation process, even under CEDR, has got absolutely no authority to change a criminal conviction.
I want to briefly look at two very discrete topics in respect of shareholder executive. The first is the role of the shareholder executive non-executive director. Can we bring up, please, poll 30-21507? This is the meeting of the 23rd of May 2012, which we've been to already today, but could we look at page 4 this time? It's a note of Susanna's story outlining the reasons for representation of the shareholder executive on the board. And the last part, she says, she clarified that she would not be sharing the board papers with her colleagues in shareholder executive. Are you aware as to if anyone from Post Office had asked her not to share her papers with her shareholder executive colleagues?
I'm not aware if anyone had asked her not to. I do recall that there was a difference between Susanna Story and Richard Callard's time in that, and I might have this slightly wrong, but Richard did share and had a fully integrated function as being running that department in checks and also being a non-executive director. Susanna, and I can't remember the reason for it, there was a view that there may be a conflict of interests, and there Susanna was the NED on the board, but I'm not sure that she ran the team in checks, and there was like a Chinese wall between them. I've got to say, I think that the situation with Richard is far better than the situation with Susanna.
Better for who?
Just better all round, better for the shareholder, better for Paul.
So you don't know this, where it says she clarified she would not be sharing the board papers. You've got to assist us with where the origin of that came from, why she thought she didn't need to share her board papers with colleagues at Shecs.
I'm guessing it's something with Alice, and I'm guessing it's coming from Alice.
Was there any resistance on the board to a shareholder executive, non-executive director being appointed?
I do recall an early conversation with Alice where she had some nervousness about it.
Do you remember what she said about her nervousness?
I honestly cannot remember. So in my life, I have always got a shareholder on the board, and I always find it useful to have a shareholder on it. So every other board that I've sat on, I've got a shareholder there. And I find it really useful for the shareholder to be there. Every now and again, there's a conflict of interests and somebody recuses themselves, but that's very, very rare. 99 times out of 100, it's helpful to have the shareholder representative on the board. And I do remember having that conversation with Alice, where I think Alice was okay with it.
Just going to your experience of sitting on boards with other shareholder representatives, the way in which Susanna Story and Richard Callard fulfilled that role, was that consistent with how you'd seen the shareholder role fulfilled in other boards you'd sat on? Yes.
I think inevitably they have quite a difficult tightrope to walk, because the aims are sometimes different. So at the end of the day, they are there looking after the shareholder interests, but they're also there as a director of the board, and sometimes those two will diverge. But I think they both perform that role reasonably well.
I want to look at another matter, again relating to a shareholder executive issue. In Richard Callard's witness statement to the inquiry, he referred to an away day in June 2014, which he said that many members of the board felt at that away day that Paula Venables was acting more like a non-executive director than a CEO. Did you share that view, and do you recall that away day?
I did share that view. I do vaguely recall the away day. There is a fairly long history to Paula, which is not desperately satisfactory. And Paula's performance, which I touched on this morning, her performance changed over time, and our view of her performance changed over time. But certainly in 2014, her performance was not great. In fact, probably towards the end of 13 and 14, her performance was not great. And as you will be aware, we did conduct an exercise with a firm of headhunters to market, map, and understand alternatives.
Your concerns, to what extent, sorry, I'll repeat that. Your concerns with Paula Venables, to what extent did they relate to her handling of matters such as the second site review and complaints as to Horizon's integrity?
They were not the main area of concern.
Was it an area of concern?
Not that I can recall. I don't recall her handling of Horizon being at issue. She was very heavily involved in Horizon. She and Alice spent a lot of time, a lot of energy involved in Horizon. Arguably, Paula didn't spend enough time on other things. Now, clearly, with hindsight, that's wrong, and she didn't spend even enough time with Horizon or do the right things. But the criticism of her wasn't specifically about Horizon. It was really about the leadership of her team, the management of the business, the lack of commerciality, the strategy aspects.
I want to briefly deal with one matter which is way ahead in the chronology. In fact, it's after the Horizon Issues trial, and it's communications you had with Paula Venables in 2020. Please can we bring up PVEN 50362? And if we could go to the second page, please. You see, these are text messages provided by Paula Venables. They're marked as being from you, an exchange with you on the 3rd of March. Do you recognise these as being texts that you sent to her and received from her?
Yes.
You say, oh, sorry, did you say something? Sorry. No, sorry. You say, good morning, Paula. Just to let you know, I'm a tad early and I'm in Paddington. So you're referring to a meeting that you're about to have with her. Do you remember the purpose of meeting with her on the 3rd of March 2020?
Yes. So this is an extract from a slightly longer chain of text messages, which I'm not sure if you have or not. The earlier ones, which I looked at on my phone once I got these, I'd forgotten these. Basically, Paula texted me to say she just had a coffee with Alice. She's trying to remember and catch up on things regarding Post Office. Would I have a cup of coffee with her, please? So I said, yeah, I left Post Office a long time ago. My memory of Post Office is poor. I haven't got paperwork, so I'm really not going to be much use to you, but I'm happy to have a coffee. So we had a coffee.
And we see the text we have there around 11:13, 11:15. Later on in the evening, it says from Paula, lovely to see you. Thanks for your wisdom, memory, time and coffee. We'll keep you posted. Do you remember what topics you discussed with Paula Venables at that meeting?
So Paula was asking me for my recollections of Post Office. And honestly, I had very few recollections of Post Office. And I don't think that I told her anything that she didn't already know way more than I did. And that lasted maybe 10 minutes. And then it morphed into a conversation about her because she was not in good form.
Just pausing there, I'm only going to explore with you matters that are relevant to the evidence of the inquiry. I don't want to pry into anything further. Do you, in that 10-minute conversation, can you recall any specific topics that she asked you about in particular regarding Post Office?
The second site investigation, the mediation scheme, business improvement programme, working party. I think the only thing that I can remember is second site and the spin-offs from that. I don't think there was a conversation about prosecutions. So I think it was second site, mediation, working party.
Could we look, please, at PVEN 6015? So if we go to the bottom of that page, please. We've got an email about a week later, on the 15th of March. Hi, Paula, forgive me for being paranoid with the email address. All very well here, thank you. I had looked before and found nothing. I stumbled across these two bits that I just seem to have neglected to throw out. They may be of some small use, if only to jog your memory of the players involved. What request were you responding to here?
Paula had asked if I had any paperwork regarding, say, the things that she had been asking about. Second site, mediation scheme, working party.
Thank you, that can come down. I have two final broad questions on reflections. We've gone in detail about the board oversight of IT and prosecutions from 2012 to onwards, really. To what extent do you think the board would have been assisted if it had a non-executive director with specialist expertise in IT? I
think that it would have been very useful to have somebody with IT expertise on the board. And I also think it would have been very useful for us to have, arguably more useful, for us to have somebody with legal experience on the board. I have heard a lot of my peers, colleagues, ex-colleagues, say that they thought the board, or agree that the board wasn't curious enough. And actually, I personally don't agree with that. So if I think about the board was very curious. It was quite combative. It was quite challenging. Horizon issues aside, we were a very, very busy board dealing with some very difficult problems, and we made very good headway on many of those things. And we did that in quite a challenging environment. So the whole environment was quite challenging. With Horizon issues, I think partly because nobody on the board had good IT or good legal skills, and I'll perfectly happily admit I don't have good IT and good legal skills. That wasn't why I was recruited. I think the level of challenge probably wasn't good enough. But to me, the much bigger issue is that the flow of information which came to the board was flawed, and there were some very important pieces of information which were just missing and totally airbrushed, and there were other pieces of information which were massaged in a way that we didn't pick up on.
The absence of IT and legal expertise on the board, I say that in particular for non-execs, was that something you considered at the time as being something that was absent?
We did, when we were thinking about the nominations committee, we did, and I think it's there in one of the nominations committee reports, say that when the board is refreshed, we should try to refresh it with somebody with IT skills. So I don't think we thought of it as a screaming need, but we did think of it as it would be helpful to have somebody with good IT skills. Again, the benefit of hindsight is probably that would have been much more helpful at the time. I think at the time we thought that we had found what needed to be found and needed to be fixed, and we were not as aware of the prosecutorial misfunction as maybe we should have been.
So those are the questions I have. Unless you have any questions, I know there are some from core participants. I think it's 10, is it 10 minutes? 15. Sorry, so I'm just taking time. Oh. So you're on mute, sir, sorry. So we'll take a break and try to resolve.
I think I've been unmuted, but for the last 30 seconds to a minute, I've heard everything, but I've lost the video, if you see what I mean.
I see. So
yeah, if we take 10 minutes, and then that can be put right.
Of course, yes. We can hear you now. So sorry if I was speaking over you and not noticing.
No, it's fine. I wasn't able to unmute myself, but I had some remote assistance for that. So I'd now like some remote assistance to resume looking at you all.
Thank you. So we'll arrange that. So if we come back at, should we say 5 to, sir?
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. So this is usually a formality, but hopefully you can see and hear us this time.
Yes, I can. Thank you.
Good. It's only one set of questions from Mr. Jacobs, who's got 10 to 15 minutes, I think.
Right, fine.
Thank you, sir. Mr. McCausland, good afternoon. I represent a large number of sub-postmasters and sub-mistresses who are affected by the scandal and are core participants in this inquiry, and I'm instructed by Howe & Co. I want to ask you about two things, hopefully quite briefly. The first topic is bugs in the Horizon system, and the second topic is the Post Office Advisory Council. In relation to bugs in the system, you gave evidence this morning, and you referred to a discussion with Susan Crichton that you were present at, and you said, and I'm just reading from the transcript, so correct me if I'm wrong, Susan Crichton informed you that in all previous prosecutions where Horizon data had been used, that's the Post Office, has been successful. And you said, I was talking to an experienced RMG director, who I think is Les Owen, is that right?
Yes.
So I'm going too quickly. And he was talking to your general counsel, and there was a very clear and a very robust answer from Susan Crichton that the system was sound. And that was your understanding, yes?
Yes.
And had you been told at that stage that there were no bugs in the Horizon system?
I had not been explicitly told anything about bugs at that stage. So this was very early in 2012, the January board meeting, I think, in 2012. And nowhere in my induction or in the Royal Mail Group handover had there been a conversation about bugs.
Right. Would it be fair to say that as a result of your conversation, or the conversation that you were involved in with Ms. Crichton and Mr. Owen, that it was your understanding, or it was the general understanding of you and others on the board, that the Horizon system was working perfectly and that there were no bugs in the system?
Yes. I took comfort from the fact that the General Counsel was being very clear and very unequivocal with an experienced Royal Mail Group, as Les was Royal Mail Group and had been on the RMG board for some time. And I took comfort from that. I wasn't really involved in the discussion at that stage, if I'm honest. I was listening. But I definitely took comfort from that exchange where Susan was very clear. We had won all previous prosecutions. The audit report was very positive. It had been reviewed by Deloitte. And the legal claims, which I had not seen from Access Legal, were weak. So, yes, I took strong comfort from that.
And that was the message that you were getting from Post Office, wasn't it?
Yes.
So if we can move forward in time a little bit to the 8th of July 2013, which was the release of the second site interim report.
Yes.
And again, taking you back to your evidence this morning, you said that you were unhappy that you were not kept properly informed about the progress of the interim report.
Yes.
And you said we had asked the board several times over the year how a second site getting on. So to have it dropped on us, not in a written communication, not at a proper board meeting with proper papers, but just to have it thrown in as an AOB to say, I'm quoting you, actually, second site report is coming out next week, and we're not happy with it because it's inaccurate. And by the way, there are bugs and flaws. That's how it landed on you, effectively.
Yes.
So we've gone, haven't we, from you having an understanding that there are no bugs in the system, everything's working perfectly, to a report from forensic experts which said that there were defects in Horizon Online that had impacted 76 branches. The receipts payments mismatch problem affected 62 branches, and the local suspense account problem affected 14 branches. So we've gone from one quite extreme position to another quite worrying position, haven't we?
We've gone from a very confident position to a less confident position.
Yeah.
But at that stage, it wasn't a particularly worrying.
Yeah. And I remember you said that it wasn't it should have been a red flag, but it was probably an amber flag. That's I think, what you said this morning.
That probably is right.
Yeah. So do you think that the board when presented with a serious change of information about the Horizon system, should have requested more information from IT managers in Pole or even from Fujitsu at that point when you got that report?
So if I try to remember back to that time, when I got the report and read the report from Second Sight, and coupled with that had Paula's briefings verbally and in writing, the two were the two issues were somewhat separated in my mind. Mm-hmm. So neither Second Sight nor Paula were saying that the bugs and the issues that we were trying to find through Second Sight, i.e. the sub-postmaster losses, how have they arisen, what is happening to them, we have to follow the money. Those two issues were separate, and they were separate when Paula was describing them. She was very clearly articulating it verbally and in writing that these bugs were not linked to the Second Sight cases. And in the Second Sight report, they were also separate. Second Sight were clearly saying there are no systemic problems with Horizon. And there are two bugs that have been found, but they weren't saying these bugs have caused this problem. So with hindsight, wrongly, but at the time, both Second Sight and Paula led me to believe that the bugs were actually not the issue that we were grappling with here.
I think the essence of the question that I ask you on behalf of our clients is, wasn't this an opportunity for the board to get more information about why Post Office had been saying one thing and Second Sight was saying something slightly different? Wasn't there a case to consider whether the board were being misled by Post Office at this time?
I don't think Second Sight were saying something different to the Post Office. So Second Sight and the Post Office were both saying the same thing, which was that they had found these bugs, but they weren't the same bugs, or they weren't the problem which we were looking for in the Second Sight report. So the Second Sight report I read as saying there are definite problems here. You need to fix these things. I've been through them again before, I won't repeat them. And that was what they were saying. They weren't saying, you've got two bugs here, that's what you need to be looking for, boys. Yeah. The Second Sight report, I wish with hindsight that the Second Sight report had said, first of all, you've got big prosecutorial problems, which I watched the evidence from Ian and Ron, and they say that they said that to Susan. Nothing about that in the report. And I wish that they'd said, you've got bugs here, and also, I have been speaking to Gareth Jenkins, and he tells me this. So all of that stuff, I wish that had been in Second Sight's report, or Second Sight had come to the board and said that. But I read Second Sight's report, and I didn't. And even if I read it now, it doesn't come out at me as saying these bugs are the problem, right. Which is, I think, why we didn't take the action that I wish we had taken.
So you and I'll move on after this. I think I have your answer, but I think that your answer is the fact that Post Office were originally telling you there are no bugs, and that Second Sight in an interim report said there are bugs that have affected 76 branches. You didn't think at that point that someone in Post Office was misleading the board, which of course now we know to be the case.
Correct.
I'll move on, and I'm going to ask you about paragraph 34 of your statement, and if we could just maybe call that up. It's WITN 100290100, and it's page 14 of 83. And we'll just wait for that to load on the screen. So paragraph 34, please. Thank you. And this is, we can't see paragraph 33, but the headline is Post Office Advisory Council, POAC. And what you say at the bottom, we can see about 8 lines down, I was a member of this committee. 5 lines from the bottom. I was a member of this committee alongside Tim Franklin, who acted as chairman. And then you say POC was established in 2014. Well, the idea behind POC was to enable the company to better hear the views of SPMs and customers and to try and improve engagement and workplace culture. I was a member of this alongside Tim Franklin, who acted as chairman. POC was established in 2014 and was set up to help create a pathway to mutualisation where all the stakeholders, post office employees, sub-postmasters, customers and wider stakeholders worked collaboratively to improve the company for the good of all. Yes? You've relied in your statement on the POAC terms of reference. If we could maybe move to that document, which is POL 000228475. We'll just wait for that to come up on the screen. So we can see the purpose of the committee was to provide a forum for post office stakeholders and other experts, this is reading from the top, to discuss issues of interest and importance that impact on customers, stakeholders and their communities. Now a stakeholder is an SPM, that's right, isn't it?
Yes, amongst others.
Yeah. And the role of the council, you can see the bullet points under role, was to provide a two-way channel of communications between post office and its stakeholders, so sub-postmasters and post office would be included in that, to provide a mechanism for stakeholders and experts to offer views and advice to the post office board and the group executives on subjects brought to it, to increase understanding and strengthen the relationships between post office, its stakeholders and wider interest groups, and to provide a community for advocacy and communication of post office issues. And do you think that this is a potential vehicle that could have dealt with sub-postmaster issues with the Horizon system? It certainly sounds that way.
I'm not sure that it could, to be honest. So the culture of the post office was not good, particularly at the beginning. It was very head office is God and everyone else is not good. It didn't talk about customer at all. It was arrogant. There was a blame and defensive culture. So throughout my time there, we tried hard to shift the culture into something, frankly, more normal. There was, again, throughout my time, a plan, I wouldn't call it any more than that, but a plan to prepare the company to one day become a mutual. It was totally impossible at the beginning because there were conditions, you would need to be financially sustainable to become a mutual, and that was nowhere near. But the government quite liked the idea of a mutual. Tim and I very much liked the idea of it being a mutual, and therefore we took a number of steps to try to change the culture, to try to engage more with sub-postmasters. So we forced part of Paula's bonus to be on sub-postmaster engagement. We developed a lot of engagement mechanisms, just communication. So lots more communication with the sub-postmasters and huge amounts more listening from them. So the POAC was designed really just as one of the strands in that, where we would get together a group of people, sub-postmasters, but a lot of customers as well, industry people, so people like Google were on it, just as a way of opening up the culture, listening, debating, having different views. I think to grapple with the Horizon issues, Horizon issues inevitably are very technical. And I think you really needed a group of specialists with a lot of time to do that. And the people on the POAC were giving their time, but they were giving limited amounts of time because they all had jobs elsewhere. So to expect them to really, dive into something which wasn't their specialist subject, I'm not sure that the POAC would have been a great vehicle to tackle the horizon issues.
In light of what you say in your statement, though, where you say that it was to help stakeholders, which includes sub-postmasters, to work collaboratively to improve the company for the good of all. You've said that there were sub-postmasters who were members of the POAC, is that right?
I believe so.
And were they sub-postmasters who had knowledge of the horizon issue, do you recall?
So I don't recall knowledge of Horizon, absolutely, users of Horizon. Of the Horizon issue, I don't remember any conversation at a POAC regarding the issues that are being talked about in this inquiry.
There was a provision to invite people to the meetings.
Yes.
And also the committee fed back to the board and the board fed back to the committee, that's right, isn't
Yes.
it? And did anyone ever suggest, because you knew, Post Office knew what the issues were with the sub-postmasters and the Horizon issues, did anyone ever suggest inviting people like Lord Arbuthnot or individual sub-postmasters who had grievances to talk to the committee to try and resolve the issues at that level? If someone had said, for example, doesn't have to be a technical point, but I can see the cursors moving on my screen, someone's in my system, I think there have been miscarriages of justice, all my uncles and aunts have been prosecuted, they've done nothing wrong. That sort of thing might have been able to cut through the culture of the Post Office. Do you agree?
I understand what you're saying, but I'm not sure that I agree.
Okay.
So the agenda for the POAC was formed by the members. So the members of the POAC would say what they wanted to talk about. And Tim, as chair, would basically agree. So I mean, Tim is the nicest, most collaborative man in the world, and Tim would broadly shape the agenda based on what the members wanted to talk about. And those things tended to be more the strategy for the Post Office, where we were going with financial services. Why don't we do more for an energy and telecom offer? How can we get better at listening? Network transformation was an issue. So they came from the agenda came from the members, which was what we were trying to do. I wish that we had more direct contact as a board. So I'm not sure the Post Office Advisory Committee is the right place for that. But as a board, I absolutely wish that Lord Arbuthnot and Second Sight and sub-postmasters had come to the board, and we had more direct contact in that way. Because I mean, I've said it several times, but I'll stress it again. The NEDs on the board were not trying to cover up, were not trying to shy away from problems. We were actively trying to find problems, and we thought we had found some of the problems, and we thought we tried to fix some of those problems. We clearly didn't, and actually the one thing that I think might have helped to unlock that and to change what we were doing was direct contact with JFSA, Sir Alan Bates, Lord Arbuthnot, sub-postmasters. And I regret that didn't happen.
I think I've probably asked all my questions. I'm just going to see if there's anything else that How and Co and Mr. Steen would like me to ask you. No, that's all. That's been helpful. I'm grateful. Thank you.
So that's it, is it, Mr. Stevens?
Yes, sir.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. McCausland, for making your witness statement, answering very many questions during the course of the day, being interrupted by a fire alarm, and momentarily going off my screen. But nonetheless, we got through the day, and I'm very grateful for your evidence.
Thank you, sir.
Right, tomorrow morning can we make it 10 o'clock, Mr. Stevens, so that my train doesn't maroon me and make you all late?
Yes, of course, sir.
Fine.
Thank you, sir.